Corporation. Good afternoon.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za mabunge na kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, takusihi utasame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tutakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tulikutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikisha mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa
This motion will be moved by the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani ICHUNGWA, and his minority counterpart, that is Honorable Opiyo Wandayi. And the two leaders will be seeking to have the House adopt that report of the National Dialogue Committee that was laid on the table of the House on Thursday of December the year 2023. Remember, this report was also laid on the table of the House before the House proceeded on the long recess. And the key issues on this particular report sought to, or proposals that were put in this report, sought to make changes to the structure of the government as well as create new political positions. This is a report that members also had indicated that will be given priority once the House resumes from a recess. So these two businesses have come.
The cumulative effort of each and every one of us and committees is critical for the realization of our constitutional mandate as bestowed upon us by the great people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at second reading, if not concluded today. 1, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Number 2, Bill of 2023. 2, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill of 2023. 3, the Cotton Industry Development Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2023. 4, the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2022. 5, the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2022. 6, the Petitions to Parliament Procedure Amendment Bill 2022. And 7, the Regional Development Authorities Bill of 2023. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the attendance of Cabinet Secretaries to answer to questions from members, I wish to inform the House that arrangements are ongoing. And for clarity, Honorable Speaker, it is expected that for this session, we will begin having Cabinet Secretaries appearing on Wednesday, February 28th, 2024. Members are encouraged to be present to ask their questions as well as any supplementary questions that they may require to ask. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I wish to note that the House Business Committee will reconvene again on Tuesday, 20th February 2024, to schedule business for the rest of the week. And I wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable members, before we call the next order, allow me to acknowledge the following in our galleries. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have Matikei Girls High School from Keio South, Elgeyo Marakwet. In the public gallery, we have Kenyatta University Students Association from Homa Bay County. We have Itolui Girls Secondary School, Mwingi West, Kitui. And Giaki Girls Secondary School from Imenti North, Meru. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Yes, Honorable John Badi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the statement that the Leader of Majority has just given, I was wondering because I made some legislative proposal, Mr. Speaker, way back last year around May. Actually, I'm aware June is when I was called before the committee to submit, or rather to defend my proposal. It was on a very important amendment to our PFM Act, anchoring Article 223 of the Constitution law. And up to now, Mr. Speaker, my worry is that the committees of Parliament, which are supposed to facilitate and help facilitate our work, seem not to be working expeditiously. So I don't know who to place my frustrations to. And since this proposal I made to the Speaker, that is the point of call.
You don't
for
look
me.
frustrated?
Pardon?
You don't look frustrated?
No, Mr. Speaker, this is the way I am. You know, I have been here for a while. You know, if you take 16 years in one place,
You take it in stride.
Yeah, you take things in stride, Mr. Speaker, and that is why you think I'm happy. But eternally, I'm suffering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, I have received several members in my chamber also raising similar complaints. Maybe your office should have a structure where committees give you routine reports, maybe fortnightly or monthly, on the amount of work referred to them and the progress so far, so that way you'll also be abreast with whatever is going on, and on an issue like this, you can be able to respond instantaneously. But I've received at least 4 or 5 members with similar concerns. Yes, Majority?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was checking whether the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee is in the House, because in most instances, and I know, for instance, the case for the PFM amendment, because it will have some implication on being a money bill proposal, they will usually lie in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and the Honorable John Buddy, having been my member when I was the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, will remember that at least every 2 months or so, we would appraise the House on the status of any legislative proposals, and I will pick that up with the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee to be giving us an update, actually not even to my office, an update to the House on members' legislative proposals, where they are, those that have money bill effect and those that have gone through the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And of course, even others that may not have a money bill effect, but have got to go through the departmental committees. We will liaise through the liaison committee, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that we occasionally update the House, so that members' members don't go through the rigors of making proposals and they never get to see the light of day to get an opportunity to be debated. Especially that one on Article 223, Honorable Speaker, I think we will need to follow up, because it's a very critical issue in the management of our finances in this country, and the abuse that has been there previously of the use of Article 223. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, second reading.
Majority Leader. Who has a point of order? Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were here for debate the whole day, and we took time to debate the motion that you approved on the femicide. And in the middle of the motion is when the report for this bill was presented by the chair of the committee, Mr. Speaker. And it's only a night that has passed. And I'm sure night people have other businesses that they conduct at night, especially on a Valentine Day, Mr. Speaker, especially on a Valentine Day. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, people are not conversant with the report of the committee and how it has gone. So, Mr. Speaker, I was seeking your indulgence if more time can be given, even over the weekend, so that people can read, so that we see how housing affects everyone and how we are, you know, Mr. Speaker, Parliament has conducted a thorough public participation this time. They have gone to every part of the country and they have listened to the people's views, and those views are contained in this report. So we need time to look at them and analyze them and internalize it. Then from there we say, this is, In the meantime, we could debate issues like NATCO now, for example. Then we come to housing after that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, the Honorable Junet is my good friend and I know his wife. So when he talks about Valentine's, Honorable Speaker, I know Junet's wife allowed him adequate time to go through the report, even as he did the other things that pertains to Valentine's. And it's true, Honorable Speaker, that report was tabled yesterday afternoon. That is exactly almost 24 hours since it was tabled. And members, I'm certain, have had the opportunity to peruse through the report. And more importantly, Honorable Speaker, what I am moving for debate is the bill, not the report. The report only serves to inform what the work that the committee has done. And I agree with the Honorable Junet that the joint committee that you designated to handle this bill, Honorable Speaker, has done very good work and done extensive public participation in line with our Constitution. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, ask that you allow me to continue, go ahead and move debate for the second reading of the bill.
Proceed.
As members. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I therefore beg to move.
On the same point? On a different issue? Yes.
Just for good order.
Yes, Honorable
Yes.
Wandai.
Yes, I think maybe this is the best time to raise this issue with you so that we move on the same wavelength. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the bill that is currently before us, you will notice clearly at page 2133 that the bill has been characterized as a bill not concerning counties. Okay? And I want you to allow me, just to indulge me for 1 second, to read that particular paragraph. That the bill relates to the broader policy framework on housing, with particular emphasis on so on and so forth, and therefore it does not concern counties within the meaning of Article 110 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I need your guidance here, really, because I feel that I am lost. Because if the promoter of the bill contends that the bill does not concern counties, that it simply delves into matters housing policy. No, I am raising a fundamental issue that needs to be addressed before the debate can even commence. It's very critical here. And if you go to Schedule 4, Honorable Speaker, Schedule 4, the fourth schedule of the Constitution, indeed, housing policy is a function of the national government at Sub-Article 20. But again, if you go there then to the functions of the county governments, you will find at paragraph 8, one of the functions of the county governments is county planning and development, including, among many other things, at Part D, housing. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that requires your guidance, because if you say, therefore, that this bill is only dealing with housing policy, and you go to the memorandum of objects and reasons, Mr. Speaker, a casual glance at the memorandum and objects of this bill clearly tells you, even if you are a layman, that this bill goes beyond policy. It goes beyond policy. It delves into serious matters of housing that affects the counties directly. In fact, it even has consequential amendments to the Employment Act. It has got serious issues. It even establishes a board that will manage the fund. It goes on and on to determine how these funds will be raised and even the eligibility criteria for these houses. So in a nutshell, Honorable Speaker, I want to really take more time than this. If you go to the Article 110 of the Constitution, very finally, Article 110 of the Constitution, and thank you for indulging me, Honorable Speaker. It was on my wish to interrupt my good friend, Honorable ICHUNGWA. In this Constitution, I'm reading it verbatim, Honorable members. In this Constitution, a bill concerning a county government means, among other things, a bill containing provisions affecting the functions and powers of the county governments set out in the 4th schedule, and so on and so forth. But then it goes ahead to say at Article 1113 that before either House considers a bill, the Speakers of the National Assembly and Senate shall jointly resolve any question as to whether it is a bill concerning counties, and if it is, whether it is a special or an ordinary bill. What am I saying? That the House needs to be guided by your chair, Honorable Speaker, whether that consultation between yourselves and Article 1113 has taken place, and you've resolved that this bill is a bill that doesn't concern counties, and therefore doesn't have to go to the Senate. That has to be clarified. Because from where I stand, I hold a strong view, a very strong view, that in the manner this bill has been structured, this bill clearly affects counties, and therefore it is improperly characterized. That is my point. It is improperly characterized, and that improper characterization must be corrected before we can proceed to the stage of moving it. Thank you. I submit.
Majority, you have some. Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I agree with the leader of minority to a large extent that there is no doubt that this bill concerns counties. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, first, the courts, Honorable Speaker, have already held that before first reading, there is no need for concurrence on whether the bill is one that concerns counties or not. Two, Honorable Speaker, it is up to you as speakers, between yourself and the Speaker of the Senate, to agree on whether a bill concerns counties or whether it will go to the Senate, or that is coming to the Senate will need to come here. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I believe between the two offices of the speakers, you must have consulted and you will be able to guide us. However, Honorable Speaker, the import of what was in the memoranda, Honorable Speaker, was largely informed by what is in the text of the objects, as Honorable P was reading on page 2133, on the broader policy framework and the money bill aspect of the bill. But Honorable Speaker, even as a committee, and that's why we had a joint committee, the Committee of Housing and Finance, engaged with stakeholders, it became clear that there are certain aspects of the bill that will require this bill to go to the Senate, and I am certain the leader of the majority in the Senate is already waiting for us to do justice to this proposal, and it will go to them eventually, as at when, Honorable Speaker, yourself and the Speaker of the Senate do agree. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would want to beg that we still go ahead and do what we ought to be doing now, debating, because some of the issues I've had the Honorable P.O. speak to are issues actually that he should be speaking to during debate. And therefore, we are just preempting debate before we move. And you allow me to move, and we will have all the time today, tomorrow, if we want to sit tomorrow, on Tuesday afternoon, on Wednesday afternoon and morning, if we desire to, Honorable Speaker, to be able to debate all these issues. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to beg your indulgence that you do allow me to move the bill, call a seconder, and then we open debate, and we can debate onto all those issues that we want to debate on, including whether this bill will enable us to build houses in all the counties that we went for public participation to.
Order. I'm not opening debate on this. I want to give you the following guidance. The minority leader and the majority leader, you're both right. This is a bill that concerns counties. Number two, Article 110.3 was complied with. The speakers of both houses exchanged communication, and we were in concurrence that this is a bill that concerns counties. So from here, the bill will go to the Senate. Number three, the misdescription in the memorandum and objects of the bill is something curable. Yeah. In any event, at the end of the passage of this bill, the memorandum and objects and reasons of the bill are mere descriptions. They will not become part of the act that you'll eventually pass. Yeah. The content is in the clauses in the bill. Yes. So at the time you go to committee stage, you can very well, for purpose of aligning the bill in the line of the arguments of the minority leader, amend the memorandum and objects and remove any offending words for purposes of record, and for purposes of record only, and nothing else. This bill concerns counties. From here, it will go to the Senate. Proceed, Majority Leader. Very good.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that guidance. And indeed, the memorandum is just that, a memorandum. Is a storyline that tells you what the bill is about. But Honorable Speaker,
that matter is rested.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
For purposes of tidiness, to tidy up, because, you know, these bills, Mr. Speaker, after we finish with them here, there are other people who deal with them and take them to elsewhere. So we can debate on this bill based on your ruling that the memorandum, the definitions in the memorandum and objects have been expunged or something like that. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, somebody will use the bill that as of when it was being moved at the second stage, it says that this bill does not concern counties. It's as period as that. So if the Speaker has made a ruling that I have used standing order number 1 and have expunged that definition, then, Mr. Speaker, we are safe. But otherwise, we are debating a defective bill. Because, Mr. Speaker, the memorandum and objects inform the article.
Order, Junet. You are overstretching your imagination. What the chair has directed automatically becomes an addendum to what you will eventually decide. So the matter rests there. Let's have the majority leader move the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I therefore beg to move that the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, maybe for the comfort of Honorable Junet, I will repeat once again that this bill, as moved, concerns counties, and if approved by the House, will find its way to the Senate. Honorable Speaker, allow me to begin by first thanking the chair of the Housing Committee, the Honorable Ngeno, who is here, the Honorable Kimani Kuria, our chair of the Finance Committee, who, together with their members, their 30 members, Honorable Speaker, spent a considerable amount of their recess time going around 19 out of our 47 counties in a very extensive public participation that they conducted throughout the country, listening and consulting a wide cross-section of stakeholders and technical experts by way of public hearings, as I mentioned, in 19 counties, Honorable Speaker, including the county of Nairobi and in Parliament. Honorable Speaker, this committee has done a commendable work, and they have indeed, as I mentioned when responding to the point of order, done a lot of justice to this bill. Honorable Speaker, bills as proposed are mere legislative proposals and therefore require the input of our committees. And that's why I take a lot of time to thank the committee, because they have done a lot of invaluable work. They consulted very many experts, from experts in the housing sector to finance experts, and even ordinary Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, who are potential beneficiaries of the housing, this housing agenda and the housing bill, and including, Honorable Speaker, potential contributors to the fund. And we saw Kenyans coming out to agree with the court that indeed the levy, the housing levy, as it were in the Finance Act, had discriminated against some who want to contribute. And I was impressed when I saw on TV Kenyans coming out to say that they want to contribute to this fund because they understand its input in our national development and in the job creation endeavor of our country. Appreciating, Honorable Speaker, that there are millions of young Kenyans across the country who have no jobs. Kenyans from many walks of life, including people who are in self-employment, Honorable Speaker. I saw some market traders. I don't remember whether they were from Karioko, the chair finance or chair housing would have reminded me, who appeared before the committee and asserted that they would want to actually find a mechanism to be able to contribute to the fund, not only to be able to access housing as a constitutional right under Article 43 of our Constitution, but also to offer other young Kenyans and other unemployed Kenyans an opportunity to access job opportunities. Honorable Speaker, we saw many professionals, architects, engineers, lawyers, accountants who appeared before the committee, the two committees, contending that the job creation agenda that comes with this housing agenda is not just what has been said in political rallies and in funerals, that it's about what we call watu ya mkono in construction sites and fundis. That, Honorable Speaker, architects, quantity surveyors, engineers from civil, electrical to water engineers are accessing huge opportunities in jobs that are being created by this agenda. And many Kenyans express the desire and the need to have a legal framework, Honorable Speaker, that would actualize this housing agenda. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if you go to the objects of the bill under Article 3, one, it is envisaged, Honorable Speaker, that this bill, once it becomes an act, will have three key objectives. One is to give effect to Article 43 of our Constitution, 43(1)(b), on the right to accessible and adequate housing. And, Honorable Speaker, for members like Honorable Junet, who took time last night to go through the committee's report, they will see the committee has indeed also proposed an amendment to include the words to reasonable standards of sanitation, so that we don't just have provide affordable housing, but housing that has, in the words of our Constitution, reasonable standards of sanitation. Two, Honorable Speaker, the second objective is to impose a levy to facilitate the provision of affordable housing. And three is to provide a legal framework for the implementation of the housing programs and projects. Honorable Speaker, this is one of the areas that the courts found wanting in what was passed during the Finance Act. The court did advise at least two important things. That one, they lacked a legal framework, and that is what now this new proposed legislation intends to do, to create that legal framework for the implementation of the affordable housing programs and projects. That now, under this act, Honorable Speaker, will have that legal framework that the courts found as not having had one. Although, Honorable Speaker, I had a problem with that particular finding of the court, as much as, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to get into issues that could be sub judice. Because, Honorable Speaker, when we talk about a legal framework on implementation of a government program, Honorable Speaker, the Appropriations Act that we passed, Honorable Speaker, created that legal framework on how you appropriate funds to implement government projects, including the housing agenda. Honorable Speaker, as I said, I don't want to get into legalese that would be on the verge of getting into sub judice issues. We leave it to the lawyers in the Court of Appeal. Honorable Speaker, the second issue that was raised by the courts was the issue of the levy that we are creating under the second object, the imposition of a levy to facilitate the provision of affordable housing. The courts did find that the levy that was imposed under the Finance Bill or the Finance Act of 2023 was, in their words, discriminatory and unconstitutional in the sense that it only levied this levy against or on people who are salaried. Honorable Speaker, in this new law, we have now made it possible for even people who are not salaried to be able to contribute. Honorable Speaker, as I said, I was impressed to see very patriotic Kenyans coming out before the committee saying that they actually not only want to be beneficiaries of the houses that will be built, but they want to be contributors to the fund. They want to pay their fair share, just like those people who are employed or who are salaried. Honorable Speaker, we must continue to encourage these very patriotic Kenyans who have come out to say that they want to contribute to this fund. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if you look at, for those who cared to go through the committee's report, they will see also that under clause 4, where that's providing for the imposition of the affordable housing levy at the rate of 1.5% of the gross salary of an employee or gross income of a person, and that person is a legal person, so therefore could be an individual or a business entity or a company. Honorable Speaker, there existed a lacuna in this clause 4 of the bill where companies or employers who have already deducted and remitted a matching amount of the levy for its employees were again subjected to pay the levy again on their own gross income. Honorable Speaker, the committee has made certain recommendations that will cure this lacuna, that if you are collecting as an employer, then you again will not be levied the same on your gross income. The committee also, Honorable Speaker, has provided safeguards in the amendments on that question that the courts did ask on whether the levy was discriminatory, if it is only levied on people who are salaried. The amendment that the committee is proposing, Honorable Speaker, has cured this matter in clause 4 again by providing that apart from the salaried persons, in clause 4A, the gross income of a person in the informal sector under clause 4B is also subjected to this levy. However, Honorable Speaker, the bill was silent also on the mode of collection of this by whoever will be the collector of this levy, and in this case, KRA, Honorable Speaker. And the committee again has sought to cure this. And in the amendments that will be coming during the third reading, the committee will be introducing an amendment that will allow the use of the provision of the Tax Procedures Act of 2015 to apply also for this levy, such that the same way, Honorable Speaker, for income tax, that for us who are employed and salaried, Honorable Speaker, we pay as we want. And this is deducted by our employers and remitted by the 9th of every month to KRA. But for people who are self-employed or people who are in the informal sector, Honorable Speaker, on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, they do their installment taxes, and they have the options whether you want to pay installment tax, whether you want to pay advance tax, whether you want to pay your tax at the end of the year. Honorable Speaker, now it will be an obligation that every Kenyan who is earning an income contributes to this fund, and through the Tax Procedures Act of 2015, they will be required then to make their tax returns to KRA and show how they will pay their housing levy, Honorable Speaker. This, in a way, Honorable Speaker, let me, for good manners, take this opportunity to thank the courts, because they have actually made it possible now for government to collect more money. Government initially was to collect only from the salaried people, but we shall now be able to collect more money. In a fund that was envisaged to collect probably 63 billion shillings, we should now be able to collect more money and therefore be able to roll out more projects across the country in all our 47 counties and in all our 290 constituencies. And Honorable Speaker, I will want to take this opportunity to encourage those members of parliament who have not complied with the memoranda or the letter that was sent by the principal secretary in charge of housing to propose sites for construction of this affordable housing in your constituencies. Honorable Speaker, I am a beneficiary of this project in Kikuyu, and I can tell you, in a project where we are doing about 755 or 757 houses between us and our neighbors, Kabete constituency, we are projecting to employ close to 2,000 people on site directly and many others indirectly, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you remember I was with you the other day when we passed by a site in Kakamega town. And you remember what those young men and young ladies at that site told us, that we should go and tell those people in Nairobi who are talking ill of these housing projects to know that that is where they are earning their daily bread. That is where they are educating their children from. That, Honorable Speaker, the suppliers of steel in these housing projects, Honorable Speaker, suppliers of cement, timber traders, Honorable Speaker, across this country today are not able to satisfy the demand for timber. I have a friend who trades in timber from Congo. He's telling me they are now struggling to get transport to transport timber from as far as Congo, Tanzania, Honorable Speaker, because of the huge demand of timber, of marine boats, of steel in this country today, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the factory that His Excellency the President commissioned last year, but one, in Mariakani, in the coast, and those members from the coast, the factory owned by, I think it's Devki Steel Mills. That factory today, Honorable Speaker, is unable to satisfy the demand for steel today in this country, Honorable Speaker. Courtesy of these projects, Honorable Speaker. And it's not just about steel, cement, timber, and all the other auxiliary items that get into construction, Honorable Speaker. The huge opportunities that exist in job creation, Honorable Speaker, is what each one of us today here ought to be speaking to. There is none of us, Honorable Speaker, back in our constituencies who is not confronted by many young men and women looking for job opportunities. Many of them qualified, Honorable Speaker. Last night I was speaking to a young man called Kevin Omondi Onyango. And I got a video, Honorable Speaker, a young man from Migori. A friend of mine forwarded to me a video of that young man that he had recorded himself. A first-class honors with a bachelor's of economics degree, a CPAK, who is doing manual jobs in the EPZ in Kitengela, Honorable Speaker, and I have an appointment with that young man next week, Tuesday, to see how we can help him, Honorable Speaker, because it's not just enough to talk about people and jobs, but we must be able to do something to create jobs for them. It is opportunities for young men like Kevin Omondi, who can work as accountants in cement factories in Athi River, or steel factories, Honorable Speaker, or even become very good accountants for the contractors who are doing these housing projects that we must speak today. We must speak to today. Honorable Speaker, I want to invite all of us, including my good friend Opio Andai, and I am not sure he is here to provide a list of probable sites in Ugunja where housing projects can be actualized. I know the Honorable Junet in Suna East is very keen to ensure that there is a housing project in Suna East, because it will create hundreds, if not thousands, of job opportunities. Urbanization today, Honorable Speaker, will not be possible without an agenda like this in housing, Honorable Speaker. My good friends, Honorable Pio and I, and the others that we were in the National Dialogue Committee, including the Honorable Amina from Malindi, will tell you that economists of repute in this country, and including international economic institutes, appeared before the National Dialogue Committee and told us that for a country whose economy was in the doldrums that we found our economy in at the end of 2022, Honorable Speaker, for us to be able to get our economy working again, we must be able to massively invest and aggressively invest in huge. And I think, I can't remember, I think it was a gentleman from SID who told us that there is no other way of getting out of the economic mess that we are in other than a program that will aggressively and massively invest in huge infrastructural development. What greater opportunity, Honorable Speaker, than this housing agenda to raise money through the housing levy and through the housing fund to massively invest in infrastructural investments that will not only create an opportunity for millions of Kenyans to have affordable homes. Affordable homes, Honorable Speaker, as is required of us by Article 43 of our Constitution, but also homes with proper, and in the words, Honorable Speaker, of our Constitution, it says, with reasonable standards of sanitation. Reasonable standards of sanitation, Honorable Speaker, is what is happening in these projects, Honorable Speaker, at least even under the social housing. Even the studio units have a kitchenette, they have a reasonable toilet and bathroom, and, Honorable Speaker, even people in Kibra, people in Korogosho, people in Mathare will now have decent housing where they don't have to go through the indignity of having to use flying toilets, Honorable Speaker. We will give them dignified settlements where they can live as human beings. Honorable Speaker, not just people in our slum areas, even officers like our policemen and women. And I have had critics of this bill, Honorable Speaker, asking why we're not building houses for our police. And I see many, even members of parliament, Honorable Speaker, speaking on TV stations and asking why are we not building houses for our policemen and women. And Honorable Speaker, we are the same people in this house who changed policy on how we provide housing for our policemen and women. Members know today they are not even able to build housing, staff quarters for policemen because the police were given a housing allowance. But in this bill, Honorable Speaker, through institutional housing, and I'm glad the committee, in one of the amendments, I think to clause 3, Honorable Speaker, to clause 2, they have proposed, Honorable Speaker, to include institutional housing. And institutional housing, Honorable Speaker, now will come to cater for a very special category of Kenyans. Students, Honorable Speaker, in our public universities. I think it's the Vice Chancellor of Technical University of Nairobi. Is it called Technical University of Nairobi? Former Kenya Technical, Technical University of Kenya, the former Kenya Polytechnic. The Vice Chancellor, when speaking to the committee, was speaking to the horrible quarters that students are having to go through. And these students, Honorable Speaker, are our own sons and daughters who come from our villages, our own constituents, who come probably from very decent homes. But a student from Siaya, for instance, who has no other relative in Nairobi, is admitted to the Technical University of Kenya and has no other source of accommodation other than going to get some shack on a road reserve in South B, Honorable Speaker, with no sanitation at all. That student will not even have the dignity to live in a good city like Nairobi, and even will not be able to perform well in school. Whereas my child and your child, Honorable Junet, they will be able to move from our houses in Lavington and Karen and be able to commute every day. On the back left of our V8, dropped at Technical University and back home, we have an opportunity now to make sure that that child who comes from Suna East has affordable accommodation in Nairobi through the institutional housing. We must give an opportunity. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Junet says he lives in South B, not in Lavington. And he knows I know him, and he knows me. Honorable Speaker, I was speaking to not to Honorable Junet, but to that Suna East constituent, who will come from Suna East, have an opportunity through institutional housing to get decent student accommodation that has been developed under this program. That child will be able to graduate from the Technical University of Nairobi University, or whichever university in the city, and be able to access social housing and buy a studio unit or a one-bedroom unit in South B, South C, or in Pangani, or even in Kikuyu, and become not just a house owner, but now a person who is living in a dignified house and a person who can begin to build his own wealth, rather than imagining how they'll go back to the village, subdivide their land, and build on a 40 by 50 or 40 by 100 plot. Honorable Speaker, I know I could belabor so many points on this bill, but I want to say this bill, Honorable Speaker, gives us that opportunity that we have all been yearning for. That opportunity not just to provide affordable, decent housing to millions of Kenyans who lack, in line with Article 43 of our Constitution, but an opportunity, Honorable Speaker, more importantly, to create millions of jobs. Jobs from engineering, architecture, legal, those in the legal profession, accountants, quantity surveyors, land surveyors, Honorable Speaker, drivers, earth movers, operators, Honorable Speaker, and also to grow our economy in a big way through urbanization. Honorable Speaker, a population of 2,000, 3,000 houses, people coming to be housed in a project of 700 houses, or 1,000 houses that will probably accommodate 3,000, 4,000 people. That population itself is an opportunity for new markets, Honorable Speaker. It is that urbanization that helps economies grow. It is those opportunities that we must look at. I know there is a temptation, Honorable Speaker, to speak to what is popular to the middle class, to speak to what we think we are speaking to the gallery, to those who have access to our TV stations, Honorable Speaker. It is very tempting, Honorable Speaker, to speak to the less than 10% of our population today who today have a pay slip. But let us have the heart to speak for another close to 40 million Kenyans who have no access to job opportunities today. Those job opportunities lie in this bill, Honorable Speaker. Those job opportunities, Honorable Speaker, outweigh the political expediency that we have seen in those who critique this bill, Honorable Speaker. I am happy, Honorable Speaker, 3 weeks ago, I listened to our good friend, the former Prime Minister, Honorable Raila Odinga, contend that indeed in the AZIMIO manifesto, they had this levy at 1.5%, Honorable Speaker. Contend that it was during his time as Minister for Public Works, Housing and Roads that the housing agenda in this country was conceived. Honorable Speaker, I've also had occasion to listen to President William Ruto say that what bedevils our country is, one, corruption, vested interests, especially amongst our leadership, Honorable Speaker, and laziness. Honorable Speaker, especially in leadership. We must thank God that today the leadership in this country neither has vested interests in the running and management of government, that the leadership in this country today is determined, Honorable Speaker, to make the tough choices and make the hard decisions that will change this country for good. Part of that work to changing this country for good is the actualization of this housing agenda. And we are all agreed, Honorable Speaker, including those of us in the opposition. That is why the leader of the opposition, His Excellency Raila Odinga, contends that housing as an agenda is something that this country must actualize, because we are 20 years late. If we are to count from the time Raila Odinga was Minister for Housing, I think it's more than 20 years ago. And that tells you what vested interests in government have done, the disservice they have done to our country, Honorable Speaker. It tells you how late we are in actualizing this agenda. And it tells us the urgency in enacting this bill today, having a new Housing Fund Act, Honorable Speaker, that will create that legal framework to actualize the housing agenda for this great country. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to move, and I want to urge all of us, Honorable Speaker, as we contribute, as we critique, as we add our ideas to what will enrich this bill, Honorable Speaker, to do it having in mind, Honorable Speaker, the people back in our villages, the young men and women who patronize your offices almost on a daily basis, the young men and women that you all mobilize for political rallies, the young men and women who you see at your shopping centers stretching out their hands to Mheshimiwa. Give them something that they can be proud of. Something that they can be proud that when you are their leaders, honorable members, you give them an agenda that give them opportunities to earn a decent living for themselves, besides providing affordable and good housing for the country and helping our country in urbanization and helping to spur economic development in a manner, Honorable Speaker, that will be unrivaled in our region. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to move, and I want to request the Chair Housing, the Honorable Ngeno, to second, since he was part of the team that I commended for having done a very good job through the extensive public participation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move.
Johanna Ngeno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I want to thank the Majority Leader for the great presentation while moving this bill. Mr. Speaker, I wish also to rise as part of the committee, the joint committees that undertook the responsibility of Article 118 of the Constitution to do what the Constitution requires of us, that is a public participation, and especially on a bill that is presented before the House. Mr. Speaker, when this bill was committed to our committee, the Joint Committee of Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works, and also the committee, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, we started the responsibility of listening to the people of this republic. Mr. Speaker, we went to several counties, and amongst the counties that we visited, Mr. Speaker, was Nairobi County, which has the biggest problem on matters housing, Mr. Speaker. We also visited other counties, Mr. Speaker, which ordinarily people would imagine that they don't need housing, Mr. Speaker, like Turkana, Wajir, and Narok and Kajiado, Mr. Speaker. But in all our visits, Mr. Speaker, people want houses. Mr. Speaker, under Article 43B of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker, obliges the government to ensure that it creates a situation where its citizens access affordable housing, among other recommendations that goes with the affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, it is our responsibility also as a House, as Parliament, to ensure that we actualize Article 43 of our Constitution. And in that process, Mr. Speaker, we undertook to listen after looking at the bill and listen to the people of this republic. Mr. Speaker, in our findings, when we went around the country, Mr. Speaker, among the many issues which people raised was that they really want these houses. But how will they access these houses, Mr. Speaker? Equally so that not other people are prejudiced or not other people are disadvantaged. Mr. Speaker, the other question which people raised also, Mr. Speaker, is how do we build these houses? There was the question of voluntary contribution, Mr. Speaker, among the people we met. There were the questions of compulsory or voluntary and of course, a contribution that is forced. Mr. Speaker, we also listened to people who talked about how do we levy everybody, Mr. Speaker. Remember when the courts ruled? The courts ruled on the fact that there was no legal framework in place that will ensure the collection of levies was made equal so that it is not discriminatory, it touches on everybody. And these are the questions we also took. These are the questions which most of the members of the public came to ask. How is the levy going to be undertaken? Mr. Speaker, most touching was areas that we visited, especially the slums of this country, Mr. Speaker. And in the slum areas, Mr. Speaker, people live in deplorable conditions, which every Kenyan who think this particular bill of housing is not necessary, you will need to visit those particular areas. I visited those areas myself, for the first time in some other areas, for the second time in some other areas, and we realized that people need houses. The only problem is accessing these particular houses. We even visit the Maasai areas where people wanted houses that are actually the model of Manyattas. We visited Turkana, Mr. Speaker, where people wanted houses, the model of how Turkana live in those houses. We visited areas like Tana River, Mr. Speaker, where we had floods. And people think these houses come in handy to ensure that the people who are affected by floods, they called it cluster. Mr. Speaker, I also accorded the opportunity of having these particular houses. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to belabor much on these particular issues, but my submissions, Mr. Speaker, is number one, how do we make these houses accessible? How do we, or how does the government build these houses? Mr. Speaker, on the question of levies, people introduced many other aspects to the collection of levies. Some wanted levies to be collected and, of course, at the end of it should accrue benefits. Some made proposals to the extent that it should behave like the NSSF model, where at the end of your retirement, you can still access that amount of money. There are so many proposals which people made, Mr. Speaker. And it is upon this House, Mr. Speaker, to make recommendations. And in the end, to do amendments on areas where they think fits to be done. Mr. Speaker, in this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, proposes the formation of a board. And in that aspect, Mr. Speaker, many people also were asking, after collection of this money, Mr. Speaker, how is it going to be managed? How is it going to be implemented? How is it going to be fair? Mr. Speaker, there is a proposal for the formation of a board that will have also to be compliant with the Constitution. And among the many proposals, Mr. Speaker, from the members of the public, including also the professionals, they want a board that will actually manage the funds having been collected by KRA. And that board should manage the funds, allocate the funds to several categories of houses which are going to be built. And Mr. Speaker, when I say the categories of houses, we have the category of affordable housing, which is the normal housing that we know that are low cost. Another category, Mr. Speaker, are institutional housing. And remember, Mr. Speaker, the police officers, the KDF, the prison warders, and all those people who live in our institutions. I mean, who work with on our institutions, live on houses that are very deplorable. Amongst the allocation of these funds, Mr. Speaker, will go towards those particular housing, Mr. Speaker. On institutional housing, Mr. Speaker, also, you remember that most of our universities do not have enough money to build hostels. And people, or many people, propose that we should allocate part of this money to build the hostels so that it can become accessible to our students wherever they are and at a cheaper rate, Mr. Speaker. Among other housing also, Mr. Speaker, which are people who are proposing for allocation of this money, are social housing. These are houses like the upgrade of slums, people to move from slums to at least good houses through the social housing program. And among us also areas where people thought maybe this money should be allocated are the county governments. The issue of county governments rose in every other public meeting we had, so that it became apparent that among us, the institutions to be allocated these funds are also county governments. Mr. Speaker, the board also will be given the responsibility, because there was another issue where people are asking, after allocating this money to other institutions like the NHC, the State Department, the county governments, and all those other agencies, how will the board get back the money? Because this money has to be like a revolving fund. After selling those houses, where does that money go? Will it remain with the NHC? Will it remain with the other agencies? Mr. Speaker, the recommendations which people want is that after these houses have been built and offtake undertaken, the money should revert back to the board, to the fund, so that it can also be used to build other houses. Mr. Speaker, there was also the question of deposit, which is in this bill. Most of the citizens of this country, Mr. Speaker, feel that there are so many people who may not access enough money to pay a deposit of 10%. And Mr. Speaker, we also muled around it. And the committee felt that the question of deposit should be considered on a case-by-case situation. Mr. Speaker, people also thought, for example, the houses which are built in Nairobi, or houses built in several areas. Mr. Speaker, people feel that how do we protect or how do we ring fence these houses so that it is not bought by only those who have money, Mr. Speaker, so that it can also be accessed by everybody. And Mr. Speaker, we felt that there should be regulations, or regulations should be put in place that will also ring fence those particular houses to the people of those particular areas. Mr. Speaker, among the proposals also which are in this bill and people found it acceptable are the provision of loans by the board, that even after all this money has been collected, those people who want to buy these houses, Mr. Speaker, and they do not have money, they can take a loan from the board so that they can buy these houses and repay the board slowly throughout the years. Mr. Speaker, lastly, there was also the issue of land, which arose in most of the cases, that the land that these monies is going to be utilized on, most of them are public land, most of them are county land, and how then will the public benefit from those particular houses, Mr. Speaker? And we muled around it, and of course, we have a section in the Land Act that deals with the conversion of land, if you want, or especially the disposition of land from public land to private land, Mr. Speaker, and we all agreed that we will leave that issue of land to the National Land Commission to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, in general, I'm among us members who sat with the members of the public. I listened to them just like the other members of my committee. And Mr. Speaker, our country, our population, 80% of the population of this country are living in shanties, temporary homes, slums. Others are living on areas where you can't imagine, Mr. Speaker. It is prudent. It is high time. And so many governments, Mr. Speaker, have run away from this responsibility. No government has dared to take the bold step which the president has taken. I also want us as this House to take that bold step to ensure, and we have had so many expenditures in this country, Mr. Speaker. I particularly have been in this House for the last 10 years. I've seen budgets go, I've seen budgets being brought to this House. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the villages, there has been so many budgets done in this House, and you don't even see them, or anything that has been undertaken in the budgets which have been allocated here. Mr. Speaker, I personally felt that let us take this bold step, pass this bill, and wait for the results. And most of us who are sitting in the oversight committees, we will ensure that the projects which have been earmarked under this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, will be put into prudent use. There are so many of us who would say, what is the use? So many of us would also say, how assured are we that we are going to build houses? I've always also said, Mr. Speaker, the appropriation of any money is done in this House. The oversight of any money allocated to the executive is done by this House. It is our responsibility, Mr. Speaker. We cannot run away from our responsibility. Just because we are lazy, we cannot oversight those monies which have been allocated. So, Mr. Speaker, I this House. Our people need houses. Everywhere. We went to Nyanza, we went to Western, we went to Northeastern, we went to Coast, we went to Rift Valley. Everywhere, Mr. Speaker, people need houses. It is our responsibility as a House to ensure that we actualize Article 43B of that part of the Constitution. The question of how that money is going to be spent rests in this House. It rests especially on all of us, regardless of which political divide you come from. Because every money that has been appropriated here depends on us to ensure that it is utilized properly. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I wish to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngeno. I now propose the question, which is that the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, be now read a second time. Yes, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having given me the first bite of the cherry. Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying that, of course, this bill is obviously a response or a reaction to the now very famous High Court ruling of November 2023. So we must thank our courts for having jolted the executive to do what they should have done at the first instance. But we must also take cognizance of the fact that even as we debate this bill, the matter is still live in court. It is still lying in the Court of Appeal, pending determination. That notwithstanding, let me make the following comments. That if you look at the bill, the introduction to the bill itself, it states categorically that this is an act, that a bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 43(1)(b) of the Constitution, to provide a framework for access to affordable housing and for connected purposes. The Speaker, from the outset, the question one would want to ask, and to ask repeatedly, how on earth is this bill, once, if it is passed and it becomes law, how is it going to contribute to the realization of the right under Article 43(1)(b) of the Constitution? Mr. Speaker, it might be important for me to just read the Article 43(1)(b). for the benefit of members who may not have their constitution with them, the copies of the constitution with them. Mr. Speaker, at Article 43(1)(b), the Constitution requires or dictates that every person has the right to accessible and adequate housing. Every person has the right to accessible and adequate housing and to reasonable standards of sanitation. And if you want to understand clearly how this bill is not solving the problem, is not addressing the matter of the realization of the right under Article 43(1)(b), you simply go to the paragraph at page 2126 of the bill itself. The paragraph dealing with eligibility criteria and application procedure for affordable housing unit. But before I go there, let me now thank the authors of this bill. I wish you could allow Honorable ICHUNGWA to listen to me. Let me thank the authors of this bill for having come out now clearly that unlike what we are being told, unlike what was being sold to us through the now infamous Finance Bill 2023, that it is now clear in this bill that whoever is going to contribute to this fund, this housing levy, is not guaranteed a house. That is now clear. That however much you contribute towards the housing levy, whether you are a salaried employee, you are a Juakali artisan, you are a mkokoteni pusher, you are a boda rider, you are a mamamboga, there is no guarantee that you will get a house. That your contributions are not a guarantee that you will get a house. That's now clear. And if you want to confirm that, you go to the paragraph 4, on eligibility criteria and application procedure for affordable housing unit. A person qualifies to be allocated an affordable house unit if that person is a Kenyan citizen who is at least 18 years of age and holds a Kenyan identity card. And it goes on. But what is more curious is at paragraph 31(2)(a). An application made under subsection 1 shall be accompanied by proof of requisite deposit approved by the relevant agency of at least 10% of the value of the affordable housing unit being applied for. Now, tell me now, who in Kenya is going to afford the 10% of the value of the affordable housing unit? Who? What we are simply doing is to create opportunities for the people who are already propertied, like you and me, people who are already wealthy, to be able to use proxies to deposit the 10% of the value of those units and acquire as many units as possible. How have you addressed the issue of access to housing under Article 43(1)(b)? Tell me. I need to be educated. Tell me. How? How, Honorable ICHUNGWA, my good friend? How? I need to be educated. So, we are simply trying to respond to the queries, the very fundamental queries that were raised by the High Court. My submission is that this bill does not cure the deficiencies that were apparent in the Finance Bill 2023. It does not cure. Mr. Speaker, you must also understand that in this country, even those people who may want decent houses to be able to move from their current dwellings, the shanties as we call them, may not be able to, as a result of other competing needs for the little money that they have. So what then should have happened? And this is something we have said over and over. We have said as AZIMIO over and over that we are not opposed to the issue of affordable housing. As a matter of fact, the issue of affordable housing was in our manifesto. The point of departure is the implementation. As AZIMIO, we would have wanted to implement this policy by simply having Parliament appropriate money from Kenyan taxpayers' money. Simply collect taxes in the normal manner and appropriate part of that money to go and construct the houses. No, you're not doing it. You are simply creating new taxes. You are simply creating new taxes earmarked for the housing units. What you are saying, what you are doing, is simply overburdening Kenyans to create houses for the benefit of a select few who are really rich and who have got houses in the first place. Mr. Speaker, you go to the implementation. They are saying they will deduct 1.5% of the gross salaries of the employees. Again, that is double taxation. Because already those employees are pay as you earn. Why can't you then even go to the net earnings? But more curiously, the employers are being compelled to match that 1.5%. But when it comes to those who are not salaried, those who are in the informal sector, who are going to be, or go again, charge this levy through a means I don't know, because I haven't read the report. The report came out too late. I'm told the amendments you're proposing. How you will raise this money from those who are not earning salaries. It is not clear who will match for them. It's not clear. For the employees like us and you, at least our employer, the PSC, the speaker is here, he will match. Yes. But for the Mamboga, who will match for the Mamboga, Mr. Speaker? Who will match the contribution for the border rider? Who? So we are having two different standards, which was raised by the High Court itself. And I'm being careful not to delve into the matters which are preventing before the court, because that would be totally sub judice. Mr. Speaker, you can go on and on and on. The High Court raised the issue of Article 10, Subarticle 2 of the Constitution on national values, especially the matter of participation of the people. I've heard my friend Johan Ngeno eloquently say that he went to Kisumu, he went to Nakuru, he went to Garissa, and people were happy. People were welcoming them with claps and cheers, that they want houses. They were singing, Hosanna, Hosanna. The houses have arrived. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I didn't see them also. In my own county of Ziaya, I didn't see them. I didn't see them, Mr. Speaker. In my own constituency of Ugonja, I didn't see them. So, how was this public participation conducted? To be able to satisfy the very rigorous requirement under Article 10, Subarticle 2 of the Constitution. How? And remember, there was also a court ruling earlier on the issue of public participation, when the court declared our public participation notice as unconstitutional. Okay? You need to learn law, some law, for you to understand that, Honorable Buyer, yeah. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, it has not been demonstrated how this public participation was effective. Okay? Finally, Mr. Speaker, because I want to leave the space for my colleagues to also contribute, let me say this, and I want to repeat, that the affordable housing policy could be a good idea. But we seem to be in a hurry. We seem to be in so much in a hurry to have it implemented. And you've heard the sentiments being expressed out there by those in the executive. That hii tutafanya mpende musipende. That language, Mr. Speaker, is very dangerous. Especially on a matter which is affecting Kenyan people's pockets. Now we are being told that those hapless traders in Gekomba, in Mariakani, what do you call it, in Miritini, this place, yes. Yes, in Kongoea, in where else? In Chomoroni, in Ugunja, in Chwele, in Nyando, in Kabuchai, in wherever, in Mwingi, are now going to be followed by KRA. At the moment this bill passes, and it is assented to and it becomes an act of parliament, those people I have mentioned, the bodabodas, the mamambogas, and the bodaboda riders must be prepared that KRA will be after them. To be able to get out the 1.5% of their earnings. How they'll compute that, I don't know. I don't know for sure. How you will compute the earnings of a bodaboda rider to be able to extract 1.5% is a miracle. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I have to grudgingly oppose this bill. I have to grudgingly oppose it. Thank you.
Manduku. Daniel Manduku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the housing bill with amendments. I want to remind this House that besides giving life to Article 43, Kenya is a signatory to many statutes. This includes the UN Habitat Assembly, which is a 193-member states. And besides that, Mr. Speaker, this bill gives life to the Sustainable Development Goal number 11, which over time has consistently ensured that all nations comply with high-quality housing and standards of hygiene. Closer home, Mr. Speaker, allow me to give a historical perspective of where we've come from. I remember in the year 1995, as a student of architecture, during the World Habitat Day, the member for Bureti, who then was Minister for Public Works, called Kenyans and set in motion a new agenda to urbanize and develop our slums. And at that time, he came up with a mantra that we must get out of the slums. That was the late Professor Jonathan Ngeno. It has taken us 30 years, Mr. Speaker, to get where we are. We must remember that we are now 4 presidents after. And I stand here to support this because I know that this bill, if well enacted, will give economic stimulus to our country. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the national government CDF allocation to all constituencies, we stand at a mere 43 billion shillings. Today, as we stand here, the housing levy has already collected about 63 billion shillings. A simple arithmetic will tell you that in the next 2 years, every constituency will obviously get more than double the allocation of the national government CDF. How else do we expect to stimulate the local economies if we don't put emphasis on the collection of levy and spending this in the constituencies? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I was privileged to visit more than 10 counties, and the issues that the public raised were mainly to do with the fairness of allocation of houses, the procurement of such houses, and the concern on how the 10% deposit would be raised. Madam Speaker, we have recommended that instead of having the 10%, we would look for an option of renting to own the houses. On the issue of public land being used, The National Land Commission confirmed to us that in compliance with the Land Act, Section 14 and 15 would be employed to convert public land into private land. Madam Speaker, other concerns on the quality and access of the houses are covered by various laws in this country, and I want to state here that there are not less than 10 laws that cover the construction sector. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would urge this House to urgently approve the building code, which has been in abeyance for the last 10 years, so that it can address other gaps that arise in the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next chance will go to the member for Kirinyaga, Honorable Njeri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the housing bill, Honorable Speaker. In Kirinyaga County, Honorable Speaker, I have had and done personal visits to various sites where affordable houses are being constructed, Honorable Speaker. I have visited Gishugu constituency, Kirinyaga Center, where I found more than 300 young people, Honorable Speaker, young people who were jobless before the affordable housing program started, Honorable Speaker, who now have a place where they can go every day and earn a living, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the economic activity of the small center, Honorable Speaker, the viewpoint of the people at the ground, Honorable Speaker, is what matters when we are discussing issues to do with affordable housing, Honorable Speaker. The rest of it, Honorable Speaker, is a noise which will not stop and should never stop this House from ensuring that we have progressive programs for our people, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is very unfortunate that there has been so much that has been said that is negative about the affordable housing program, Honorable Speaker. The vision of the President, Honorable Speaker, is catering for the future, Honorable Speaker. In Kirinyaga County, as I speak, our land has become so small, Honorable Speaker, that subdividing the same for future generations is no longer tenable, Honorable Speaker. It is why we must ensure as a House that we support this bill, Honorable Speaker. We enact this legislation, Honorable Speaker, so that we can be in line with the recommendations of the judiciary and expedite delivering the plan to the people of this nation, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kathiani, Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to also make a contribution on this affordable housing bill. Madam Speaker, as we begin this debate, I would have loved to have heard the majority leader tell us when we are getting our refund for the deductions that were done in January on monies that the court said should not have been deducted. Because, I mean, we as a House must also be alive to the fact that we operate in a country that is legal. So when the court pronounced itself and said there are no further deductions to be made, I was shocked that actually in January my pay slip reflects that the government has taken from me 1.5%, and I'm expecting my employer has also paid 1.5%. That is an illegality. So I would like to understand, first thing we need to know is when are we getting our refund, our money back? Madam Speaker, let us discuss this matter and demystify the obsession that Kenya Kwanza seems to have with the issue of houses. And Madam Speaker, it is an obsession because we are fighting to build houses for personal individuals when our children in this country do not even have classes for grade 9. And at the end of this year, junior secondary is supposed to have grade 9. Here we are talking about building houses. We are not a communist country, Madam Speaker. Communist countries are the ones that figure out personal things. We are a capitalist nation. People go to school, and then you go out there and fight for your space and get your resources. So, Madam Speaker, I feel that we seem to be losing the script. But, Madam Speaker, allow me to deal with, dispense of certain myths that have always been talked about in this housing project. First one, we have been told here over and over again in public barazas in the House that affordable housing is going to create employment. Let me tell you, Kenyans are not looking for part-time employment, casual employment. People are looking for jobs that are permanent and pensionable. Those are not the jobs that are being offered under this arrangement. The jobs that are being offered here are jobs that will be done for a period of maybe a month, 2 months, maximum 3 months. All the homes we live in were built by people. Are they building now? Are those masons still working there now? Madam Speaker, we must figure out how to create employment and stop deceiving Kenyans and telling them that this thing of housing is going to make them, permanently employed. Madam Speaker, it's also important to note that there's another myth that was peddled during the period of campaigns. And people are told it's bottom up. The people at the bottom of the bracket are going to be brought up. Madam Speaker, now it is clear that border and mama mboga that were talked about during campaign trail are going to be deducted money for houses that they will probably never own because they can't afford them. Madam Speaker, that is the reality. But Madam Speaker, let's talk about some of these issues that are also constitutional. The issue of housing is actually devolved to the county governments. Fourth schedule is very clear about the responsibilities that are assigned to national government and those that are assigned to the county governments. And I want to confirm that part 2, subsection 8 of the fourth schedule clearly indicates that housing is actually a function of county government. So, Madam Speaker, as we deal with this, we must know that the national government has only got one role, and that is policy. Not implementation, not in building houses, not in getting land from members, that is not the purpose of the national government. Madam Speaker, on the matter of the levy, because this is one of those things that even when Kenyans did public participation, they said no to. And public participation was actually stopped by the courts of law. And somehow, one of the committees of the House sneaked all over the place and carried out some arrangement of public participation, which was actually illegal, Madam Speaker, if you are to ask me. But then the reality is this, that the levy was already denounced by Kenyans. 90% of Kenyans, during the public participation on the finance bill, said no to the issue of the levy. But now, Madam Speaker, let's talk about that levy. Madam Speaker, pay-as-you-earn income tax are generalized taxes that everyone pays. Madam Speaker, excise duty, VAT, are those taxes that are charged, and only consumers of the goods and services pay that. It's like a toll on the road. It is only the user of the expressway that pays a toll. Now, why is it that you're making every Kenyan pay for houses and not every Kenyan will be a consumer? There are Kenyans, Madam Speaker, who already have mortgages. They are paying mortgages. Civil servants, teachers, public servants that are already actually so high in debt because they are paying for their mortgages. And then you are taking away 1.5% and telling them now you're going to build houses for other people. Madam Speaker, I find this very, very unfair. But Madam Speaker, as I finish, it's important to talk about the regulations because there are regulations that will eventually be made on the basis of this bill, just in case this bill passes, because I personally am opposing it. Just in case the voting block will be used to pass this thing in the House, I want to point out some of the dangers that we face. First and foremost, what is the valuation and how will the valuation of the houses be done? We are aware that currently some of the affordable houses are more expensive than commercial houses that are being put up by developers. And Madam Speaker, is shocking considering the land is given for free by government and the money that is being used is taxpayers' money. How does an investor buy land and then take a loan and build a house and charge less than what is being charged by this affordable housing? It is unfortunate, but this smells of a scam, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issue is the repayment period. Because the law here does not talk about the repayment period. When we are making regulations, if this passes, let us be careful to name the repayment period. You cannot leave it open-ended. Because, Madam Speaker, I will tell you what I have noticed here, that there are 3 categories of houses, and they talk about the earnings of the people. And then they are saying that for you to acquire this, you must be able to afford 1/3 of your salary. And there are some people who have been named here that have earned salaries less than 20,000. A person earning 15,000, Madam Speaker, would pay 5,000 a month. A house of 3.5 million, Madam Speaker, would take them 58 years to pay. What repayment period is that? Is that even heavenly possible? Who can start working and be paying for a house for 58 years? So the repayment period must be thought through and discussed and put in the regulations so that we can address it. And finally, Madam Speaker, the Section 31, subsection B, talks about application for allocation. And it says that the agency will make decisions on any other information that may be determined. In essence, what we are doing, we are actually inappropriately delegating powers of this House to the Cabinet Secretary. Because the minute you say that they can make regulations further, they can make those decisions later, and you're not asking or compelling within the bill that this be part of the regulations, then it means you're giving them an open check. They can decide tomorrow it is tall people who will get the houses, it is short people who will get the houses, it is people of less than so many kilos. Madam Speaker, we must be very, very specific. But with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I feel that this, Madam Speaker, is a bill that we cannot support, and I oppose.
Before we get to the next speaker, allow me to acknowledge students in the public gallery. Number 1, Diamond Junior School from Starehe constituency, Nairobi, and USIU Africa students from Roysambu, Nairobi County. On your behalf and the House, we welcome them to observe the proceedings of the House. The next chance will go to the member for Sigowet Soin, Honorable Justice Kemei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me to contribute to this bill. On the onset, Madam Speaker, I wish to say I support the bill. And I support the bill, Madam Speaker, with 4 reasons. Number 1, Madam Speaker, when we fought for independence in this country, we promised our people that we would give them shelter among other basic requirements. Madam Speaker, this is the first deliberate step that we've taken as a nation to make sure that our people have reasonably good accommodation and providing good shelter for them. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we have a big problem of unemployment in this country. And if you go to construction sites, wherever you see some construction taking place, Madam Speaker, you will see quite a number of Kenyans milling around looking for employment. The housing project, the housing program that will come out of what we're discussing today in Parliament, Madam Speaker, will ensure that the majority of the people who are unemployed in this country get a means of earning an income, even if it is for a short period. And Madam Speaker, we are not talking about laborers alone. We are talking about the professionals in the entire spectrum of employment in this country. We are talking of architects, we are talking of engineers, we are talking of electricians, we are talking of masons, Madam Speaker. This is a very, very good program in which they will be able to get employment. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, I wish to ask the supporters of the bill, and particularly the leader of majority who has brought the bill to Parliament, please make sure that housing is spread all over the country. We must make sure that housing is not in the Nairobi alone, housing is not in the cities alone, housing should be spread to all parts of this country, so that when we look at Kenya, we're looking at a country that looks like the rest of the world. Madam Speaker, finally, if I asked my good friend, Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, to raise his hand, Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter which hand he raises. If he raises the left hand, he has raised his hand. If he raises the right hand, he has raised his hand. So, Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, my good friend, this bill is good, however you look at it. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
I see Honorable Opiyo Wandayi looking at you suspiciously. Just to confirm, we were just saying, he was saying something good about you, as a good friend. The next chance will go to the member for Ugenya, Honorable Ochin.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, all governments over the world get defined by the things that they do during the time they've been given by the citizens to govern. Governments come to power with their own plans. And this government, Madam Speaker, has decided that this is one thing that they will rise or fall with, that they will make sure that they dignify and humanize the way Kenyans live, that they will ensure that Kenyans are able to get houses that are habitable, houses that dignify them, regardless of how much they earn in their place of work, Madam Speaker. And that's why, Madam Speaker, I want to support this bill, Madam Speaker, because affordable housing is a real issue in this country, Madam Speaker. If you go around the country, it's just not in the slums, it's all over the country. The houses people live in, Madam Speaker, you go to some places in Nyanza, some places in the coast, they are not fit for human habitation. And that's why you are saying, Madam Speaker, that government is required by law to ensure that the housing system that's in the country supports dignified lives under Article 25 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, number two, the reason this housing program is very important is to help stimulate the construction industry in this country, Madam Speaker. We need to ensure that the housing industry is able to support jobs. And before I go far, Madam Speaker, I want to tell my friend, the Honorable Mbui, that we are not looking at mijengo jobs. Madam Speaker, the housing industry starts with steel, cement, it goes all the way to timber. It is not mijengo jobs of 2 days, 3 days, Madam Speaker. It is a whole industry, Madam Speaker. And that's what, Madam Speaker, I want to say, that one thing that we as MPs must do is to ensure that this housing, affordable housing fund is able to help us give rise to industries that will come because of the housing sector boom. Madam Speaker, I say this because in the last 8 years, Madam Speaker, we spent $500 billion shillings, Madam Speaker, to build a railway line, but without a single town, without a single industry, without a single city being built on the wake of $500 billion shillings, Madam Speaker. When we built the railway line, Madam Speaker, when we did the railway line, we were importing cement, we even imported sand because we allowed Chinese to bring here prefabricated rolling stock, we allowed Chinese to bring bolts and nuts, we allowed Chinese to bring everything, Madam Speaker. And so I want to request those who will be in charge of implementing this housing fund that, first of all, we must ensure that the procurement is done right. Madam Speaker, personally I've had an issue with the way we've gone implementing this housing scheme so far, because we want to have your Kali sector benefit from this housing scheme. We want to have our own industries benefit from this scheme, Madam Speaker. And we cannot go to launch a housing scheme in Homa Bay, and we have not prepared the Juakali sector there to prepare the hinges, the doors, the windows, Madam Speaker. You cannot go launching them in Mombasa, and you've not prepared the Juakali there to. Madam Speaker, I support this bill, but I believe that sequencing is going to be key to ensure that the gains that we're going to make in the housing boom goes to the common management, Madam Speaker. Number two, Madam Speaker, the biggest issue today in the country is, do we have a framework for equitable distribution and allocation of this house, Madam Speaker? I want to lead with the majority leader because this is important to me. The question that's being talked about by Honorable Ndai and Honorable Mbui, we should provide solutions. If you believe that this bill currently does not provide for a way of getting Mamamboga and what about getting houses, let's write it in the law. Let's put a quota for them. And I'm going to convince the majority leader that we must have a quota under Part 4. Let's have a quota for those kind of people, Madam Speaker. Honorable ICHUNGWA, I hope
Honorable Ocheng, Honorable Ndai has a point of order. What is out of order?
Actually, I didn't intend to interrupt my good friend and neighbor, Honorable Ocheng, but I really want to understand whether he's in order for him to direct his address to us, I and Honorable Robert Mbui, and to demand that we provide solutions to the affordable housing crisis. Honorable Speaker, is that conceivable? Is that really conceivable? Honorable Speaker, can you rule him out of order?
Honorable Ocheng, did you address the Honorable Member for Ugenya, for Uguja?
Madam Speaker, that is what a responsible position does. It doesn't just oppose for the sake. opposition that is responsible, provide solutions. We don't just say this is wrong. You tell us how to do it right. And in this bill, I believe that instead of saying that there's no place for Mamboga and Boda, tell us how to improve it. And I'm going to talk to the majority here, Madam Speaker, that we provide under Part 4 quotas. We must have the quotas for those borders. You must have the quotas for the Mambogas. You must have a provision that says that if 100 houses are built in a place, 40 of them will go to Mamboga or borders. We must have that in the law. That's the way to go. You don't just say it's wrong and you keep quiet. You say it's wrong and provide solutions on how this can be done. Now, Speaker, all over the world, we've talked about Singapore, we've talked about Taiwan and Malaysia. These countries grew on the back of housing booms. What's going to mess our housing program, Madam Speaker, for me, is corruption. It's corruption. That's what we're talking about. To ensure that these big projects are going to be corruption-free, Madam Speaker. We can make a good law in this parliament, but if you don't follow up with implementation and ensure that things are done the right way, Madam Speaker, we will not go anywhere. And that's why I believe that I will propose an amendment to this bill on a section for procurement. We'll not leave this to procurement laws. We'll make a provision on how we'll procure the materials to be used for this concern, Madam Speaker. We don't want people lying to us that we bought cement at Portland or we bought cement at Savannah and they're importing the cement. We will ensure that timber being used is bought locally. We'll ensure that everything being used in these programs are locally sourced. For me, Madam Speaker, those are things that I expect my colleagues to talk about. How do we ensure that this becomes one of the systems, one of the programs that are able to make sure that we get money through Buy Kenya, Build Kenya? Madam Speaker, I will not keep quiet. If we are going to be launching houses and we are importing cement, I will not keep quiet if we are going to be launching houses and we are importing timber. I will not keep quiet if we are going to be launching houses and we are importing steel. All of this must be sourced locally for what the President has promised to come to fruition. Let's ensure that for once, Madam Speaker, we do this in a manner that creates jobs systematically. If we source timber locally, the timber industry grows. If you source cement locally, the cement industry grows. If you source steel locally, the steel industry grows. If you source the technology locally, you transfer that and the industries grow, Madam Speaker. That's what I would require to see happening. Madam Speaker, Kenyans are concerned about the possible favoritism in distribution of these houses and allocation. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we must have a proper system that does not involve human intervention. And I'm happy that this president and this government has decided that they're going to digitize things. Majority Leader, I want to request you, let's digitize the allocation of these houses. Let this not be about someone sitting somewhere and saying that so-and-so gets, so-and-so doesn't get. Let's have a way, even if it's a lottery or a coupon system, let's ensure that we avoid things that will make this not work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the communities that are giving their lands, the communities giving their lands for these projects, Madam Speaker, must also be looked into. If you are building houses in Ugenya, you must tell us that out of these 100 houses, at least you put aside 20 for people from Ugenya. If you are building houses in Madare, you must ensure that we are providing 50% of these houses for Madare people, Madam Speaker. This is a serious project for the President. It must succeed. I don't succeed if there's discipline. If you follow the law to the letter in how we're going to implement this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've looked at who are represented in the board that is being proposed, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to again plead to the Majority Leader that in that board, we must have a person from the Juakali sector. In that board. In that board, get a person from from KEPSA, guys who sell these materials for construction. Let's not just have FKE and KOTU. Let's have the Juakali sector who are supposed to benefit from this so that they also represent, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to plead to those doing these projects. We cannot be demolishing good houses to build better houses. We have to negotiate. You can't go to Kakamega, demolish houses that were built 2-3 days ago. Go to Bungoma, demolish houses that were built 2-3. These are people who have not done anything wrong. Talk to them. Agree with them that yes, we want to build a bigger thing here. We can't allow Chinese to be building very serious things in Kileleshwa, interfering with their planning, and then you go to Bungoma, Kakamega, and demolish. Let's do this in a humane manner. Let's make this work for Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, where Kenyans have concerns, let's address them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to finish by saying this. That
30 seconds, wind up.
I've heard people talk about people contributing money and they don't get housing. Madam Speaker, there are those who pay their taxes, which we use to pay school fees for our kids. They have no kids. There are those who pay their taxes, which we use to run the health system. They have not become sick. They are not going to hospital, Madam Speaker. So an argument that because you're not going to get a house, you shouldn't be taxed, Madam Speaker, is wrong. There are people who have paid money for school fees and bursaries. They have no kids. So this is social housing. We as a country must carry each other along. We cannot say that because I can't pay for what I will not need. Madam Speaker, our humanity, our ubuntu-ness, our belongingness requires that those who have help those who don't have acquire, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to wish the President well in this particular program and request Parliament that let's keep our eyes open. When our people give money for this project, it must be used for the right reason. Corruption must not be allowed in this project. Madam Speaker, I support and thank you.
Before we give the next person, allow me to interrupt the business of the House to order number 5 on papers. And honorable members, I will give a guide on the tabling of budget policy statement and medium-term debt management strategy for the financial year 2024-2025. Honorable members, this guide relates to the submission of 2024 budget policy statement and 2024 medium-term debt management strategy. As you may be aware, Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 requires the National Treasury to submit the budget policy statement BPS to Parliament by 15th February each year. In this regard, I wish to inform the House that in compliance with the said provisions of law, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury for the National Treasury and Economic Planning has submitted the 2024 budget policy statement, the 2024 medium-term debt management strategy, and the attendant documents. Before permitting the leader of the majority party to lay the BPS and the debt strategy on the table of the House, allow me to guide the House on the next steps to be taken. Honorable members, Standing Orders 232, 5 and 7 provides as follows, and I quote, number 5, upon being laid before the House, the budget policy statement shall stand committed to each departmental committee to consider and make recommendations to the Budget and Appropriation Committee within 7 days of committal. 7, within 14 days, following the tabling of the budget policy statement, the Budget and Appropriation Committee shall table a report in the House for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act. It is therefore expected that immediately upon being laid, departmental committees will forthwith commence consideration of the BPS in accordance with their respective mandates and submit their reports to the Budget and Appropriation Committee. Thereafter, the Budget and Appropriation Committee will table its report on the BPS to the House within the set timelines. Honorable members, order, Honorable Opio. Honorable members, I also wish to remind the House that the consideration of the BPS ought to be preceded by consideration of the debt management strategy. Of note, a resolution of the House on the debt management strategy sets the appropriate limit on proposed domestic and foreign borrowing for the next financial year. For clarity, Standing Order 232A, 4 and 6 provides that, 4, within 10 days following the tabling of the debt management strategy, the Public Debt and Privatization Committee shall table a report in the House for consideration. 6, the House shall consider the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on the debt management strategy before considering the report for the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the budget policy statement. I therefore urge the Public Debt and Privatization Committee to expedite consideration of the 2024 debt management strategy in order to clear the way for the consideration of the BPS. I will now allow the leader of the majority party to lay the 2024 budget policy statement and debt management strategy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, February 15, 2024. 1, the budget policy statement. 2, the 2024 medium-term debt management strategy. 3, the medium-term revenue strategy for the financial year 2024-2025, financial year 2026-2027, And 4, the 2024 budget policy statement, non-financial indicators for the financial year 2024-2025 and the medium term. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Asante. Zamu inayofuata mbunge wa Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi niweze kuchangia mjadala wa leo. Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa ambazo zinakusanywa kwa wananchi, leo nimepata kuelewa kuwa ni bilioni 63 ambazo zimekusanywa kwa housing levy. Hizi pesa kwanza, mahakama ilivyo bandua mambo ya housing levy, hizi pesa zinafaa ziregeshwe kwanza kwa wananchi mpaka vile mahakama itakapoamua. Nafikia wamepeleka rufaa, tuelewe kuwa itakuwa namna gani. Mheshimiwa Spika, nyumba zimejengwa hata Mombasa, tumeona watu wakatolewa katika nyumba zao Pakistan, wakaambiwa nyinyi ambao ni maskini, nyumba zikijengwa hapa mtakuwa nyinyi wa kwanza kupawa hizi nyumba. Mheshimiwa Spika, mpaka leo wakazi wa Pakistan nyumba zimetimia, na mimi nilisikia yule ambaye alikuwa amepewa hii contract akisema kuwa mikono yake imefungwa. Aliomba kabisa, nikisikia na masikio yangu, akawa anaomba, nasema basi tuwape hawa watu waliotoka katika hizi nyumba, tuwape kwanza nafasi ya kuingia. Hawakuweza kuregeshwa pale. Mheshimiwa Spika, nyumba zile zauzwa milioni 7, milioni 5. Mheshimiwa Spika, tusifanye mambo ya danganya toto. Ukaweza kumdanganya mama mboga na yule muuza viazi na yule mwenye kusukuma mkokoteni kuwa hizi nyumba zitakuwa nyumba zao. Mheshimiwa Spika, kumbe tunawahadaa wananchi. Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo ya ujenzi wa nyumba nafikiri yalianza kule mwanzo, hata wakati wa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta aliweza kufanya sehemu hapa upande wa Kibera, upande huu mwingine. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka nimpongeze Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu watu walioingia pale ni wale watu waliokuwa wametoka katika yale manyumba wakati yanabomolewa, na wakapewa hizo nyumba, wanalipa 2,500, 3,000 mpaka watakapomaliza wachukue zile nyumba. Lakini kwa sasa mambo yanaendelea ni hujuma. Mheshimiwa Spika, nyumba za bomolewa. Kwa mfano juzi wamebomolea watu wa Changamwe zile nyumba, lakini hata ile notice, tunajua pengine nyumba zingine ni za kwao, hata ile notice pia kupatia mwananchi imekuwa ni ngumu. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ningependa kiongozi wa wengi alioleta mjadala huu atuelezee huyu mama mboga, huyu bodaboda anashinikizwa vipi ndani ya mambo ya housing levy wakati ambapo hayuko kazini. Wale ambao wanafanya kazi ndio ambao wanakatwa hizi pesa. Je, huyu mama mboga ataingizwa vipi pale? Aweze kutuelezea hapa Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni dhahiri kuwa wafanyakazi wa serikali wengi walikuwa wamechukua pesa ili kuweza kuchukua loan kuweza kujenga zile nyumba zao, na wana manyumba yao tayari. Ni dhulma kubwa wao kukatwa sasa tena pesa za housing levy wakati ambapo zile yale mapeni hawawezi wakatumia wao. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali na mashamba mengi sana. Hata pia wananchi pia wengine maskini wana mashamba yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama serikali kweli inataka kujengea mwananchi nyumba, mbona wale ambao wanakaa kwenye nyumba ya matope katika mashamba yao wasiende kule wakawajengea nyumba za kisasa? Wawaambie sasa mtakuwa mwalipa 2,200 mpaka mmalize, lakini muwe katika nyumba ambao ziko thabiti. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini yale ambayo tunaweza kushuhudia ni uvunjaji wa majumba, kunyang'anya watu mashamba yao, kudhalilisha Wakenya. Wakenya wanalia huku nje. Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi nataka niulize swali moja tu. Kwa sasa Kenya ina deni ya trilioni 11. Na tumemsikia juzi Mheshimiwa Rais akisema kuwa madeni yamekuwa mengi, kulipa inakuwa mtihani. Wewe una deni linalokusumbua, Kwa nini uchukue pesa tena uende kuweka kwa vitu ambavyo Wakenya hata hawana haja nazo? Wakenya wakipiga kura walitoka ndani ya majumba yao, hawakutoka msituni, Mheshimiwa Spika. Haya mapeni ambayo anachukua kujengea majumba, Mheshimiwa Spika, alipe deni tumuelewe, anachukua lakini analipa deni, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sio madeni yanazidi kukua, wananchi wanalia, pesa zao zinakatwa. Kwanza ile fuel levy 16%, hiyo ilikuwa inatosha kufanya haya mambo yote, kwa sababu alikuwa ameenda extreme. Mheshimiwa Spika, tusizungushane huku na huku 10 kibaten, Mheshimiwa Spika. Wakenya wamechoka na goji kiriba goji, Mheshimiwa Spika. Wakenya wanataka Mheshimiwa Rais aweze kuongeza production, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukiweza kuingia kwa mshahara wa wananchi, mwenyewe wana madeni chungu nzima.
Haya, kiongozi wa walio wengi ako na hoja ya nidhamu.
Asante Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, kwa hoja ya nidhamu, najua kuna mswada wa kuongea mambo ambayo kwa lugha ya kimombo tunasema relevance. Na nasikia mheshimiwa yale mambo yanayohusu hoja iliyomo mbele yetu. Nimesikia mheshimiwa Zamzam akiongelea fuel levy, na kwa mambo ya manyumba sijui fuel levy ni gani hiyo. Labda mheshimiwa Zamzam atuelezee hii fuel levy ni gani. Nimesikia akiongea mambo ya order za koti ambazo ziko changamwe, ambazo hazihusu mswada. Madam Speaker, naomba tu mjulishe mheshimiwa Zamzam.
Patia mheshimiwa Zamzam dakika moja, atakujuza.
Mheshimiwa,
umetaja kodi tofauti.
Mheshimiwa kiongozi wa wengi, ikiwa mwalimu alikuwa anafunza darasani na hukumuelewa, hiyo si shauri yangu. Yule mzazi wako alokulipia school fees atakuuliza ukifika nyumbani, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hizi zote ni ushuru zinazokatwa wananchi. Kitu ninachosema, kwa nini uongeze ushuru mwingine katika ushuru ambao ulishakata zamani? Tumia ule ushuru uliokata 16%, fanya haya mazagazaga yote ambao wataka kufanya. Kwa sababu Wakenya tayari washadhulumika katika ile 16%. Kwa nini tuje tuwafinye tena na housing levy, wakati hata bodaboda hajui mambo ya mshahara ni nini, mama mboga hajui mshahara ni kitu gani? Maskini ya Mungu, nimeona wameingia mpaka vibanda, sijui itakuwaje Kenya. Ukitaka serikali ama taifa lako liende kwa uthabiti, Mheshimiwa Spika, punguza ushuru, zidisha mazao. Ukizidisha mazao, Wakenya watakuwa na furaha ya kukatwa ushuru, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi napenda kuelezea wenzangu mlioko upande ule. Najua wengine pengine wana shida zao nyingi. Na mpaka wanakuwa kama vile wajua maiti akiwa na inzi mfeta mpaka kaburini. Mimi nataka kuambia, mutaogopa pengine zile shida zenu mlizonazo, mwataka msaidiwe kule juu, lakini mkirudi kule chini kwa wananchi mutapigwa makatafunua, mutaenda kulilia na shida zenu kule chini. Ni wakati jumba hili lisimame na wananchi wa Kenya. Ni wakati jumba hili liweke misingi thabiti ya kuweza mtetea mwananchi wa kawaida. Ni wakati jumba hili, uko kwenye serikali, uko kwenye upinzani, lakini simama na watu wako, mwambie rais, hii housing levy imezidi sana. Mheshimiwa Rais, tunakuomba basi ile ulochukua ile 16%, fanya huko maneno yako, lakini haya mengine jamani, mhurumie mwananchi wa kawaida. Kila mahali, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiona kiongozi wa taifa anakwenda kila mahali kisha anazomwa, si ishara nzuri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ni ishara kuwa Wakenya wamechoka. Ni ishara kuwa Wakenya wanahangaika, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi sisemi kwa kuchukia, nasema kwa kutengeza. Kwa sababu leo kesho Mheshimiwa Rais akienda kukaa kando peke yake, atasema Mama Zamzam alisema ukweli. Nyinyi wenzangu ndio mnaonidanganya, mnazidi kundidimiza, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naongea kama mama ambaye niliweza kuuza sambusa, naongea kama mama ambaye niliweza kufanya kazi kama housekeeper kule Saudi Arabia, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sisi hatujui mambo ya mshahara, kukatwa housing levy, hatujui kuendaje. Kwa hiyo wasitumie majina ya mama mboga, wakatumia majina ya mvuta mkokoteni kudhulumu wale wafanye kazi ambao tayari katika mishahara yao wakati mwingine inasoma zero salary. Mheshimiwa Spika, wananchi na wabunge wenzangu, mwambieni rais ukweli. Mambo enda yombo, mambo kangaja, huenda yakaja. Kenya yadidimia. Musiingize president mahali pabaya, waheshimiwa wenzangu. Hii mambo imekwisha hapa, hatuoni mama mboga, hatuoni mvuta mkokoteni, tunaona daktari anayedhulumiwa, tunaona mwalimu anayedhulumiwa, tunaona Wakenya wanaodhulumiwa na wanasikia uchungu. Na waombeni, mambo ya housing levy imekataliwa kotini. Jamani, mengine tukubali yaishe. Koti kishasema, mlivyopewa uongozi sisi tulikubali akaisha, na sasa hii housing levy imekataliwa, kubalini yaishe, tuweze kujenga Kenya kwa furaha na upendo bila tax nyingi. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Aya, asante. Nafasi hii mwende Mheshimiwa Paul Nzengu, mbunge wa Mwingi Kaskazini.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. From the onset, I want to say that I have some issues with this bill. First, because I think the way it has been structured and the living that has been incorporated in this bill are not supposed to be levies as such, but I think it shouldn't be money that is contributed to a trust or to a fund in the same manner that NSSF is contributed, so that once you've done contribution over years, you can be able to claim back your contribution either in the form of a house or in the form of the savings, just like NSSF does. Because then the question goes, then if we are going to contribute monies and then people are going to apply for loans, these loans are going to be paid back. These loans are going to be paid back. What happens to the initial capital that has been contributed? Does it mean that the government will then divert that money to some other uses? That is not being informed by this bill. So I think I want to ask the proponents of this bill to look into that. Madam Speaker, I am aware that small business people are going to close down, because then already they are struggling to pay the salaries, and now a burden has been added onto them to match the levy for the employees. Already people are struggling with the burden of paying that small salary that they have been paying, and now an extra 1.5% has been incorporated. So that means an increase into the salary that they are paying. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is on the issue of the eligibility to access to this housing. For example, when you go to the definition, the social housing unit with a plinth of that much, it's targeted a person whose monthly income is below 20,000. I'm wondering where in Kenya, when you have an income of 20,000, how you can save money enough to be able to pay a loan for a house. Those houses, the cheapest is going for around maybe 2.5 million, almost 3 million. How many years will it take for someone who is earning, who has an income of 20,000, which income has to be distributed between competing needs of the family, including food and other basic needs? Madam Speaker, I want to go very fast to the board. The board is constituted to be able to distribute money to different groups of different implementers of the objective of the bill. The board is supposed to give 30% to National Housing Corporation, supposed to give 30% to Kenya Slum Upgrading and Low-Cost Housing and Infrastructure Trust Fund. It's supposed to give 36% to the Ministry of Housing, and then 2% goes to the collector, who in this case is KRA, and the administrator in this case, who is the board. Now I'm wondering, how is the board going to be able to even coordinate and control all these huge amounts of money that are going to be given to different bodies of government? And then all these bodies have got an administrative arm in their component as they implement the project. Why then do we duplicate administrative cost in 4 different bodies of government, when this money should have just been, if that happens? Because of course I oppose, but I know the tyranny of numbers will play against me. But even when that happens, why don't we have a centralized way of just remitting the money direct from Treasury to the implementers? Why do we have to break it down into 3 different implementing agencies? And that is also going to impact on the cost of implementing the project. Madam Speaker, I want to check you to the CEO, the qualification of the CEO, which is clause number 21. If you read clause number 21(2), a person qualifies to be appointed as a chief executive officer if that person has at least 10 years experience in managerial capacity in affordable housing matters, finance, investment, or banking sector. I'm wondering why this has been deliberately left amorphous. Because before you have experience, you must have requisite academic qualification. And therefore, if we are talking about a CEO of a technical organization, that CEO must be a technical person. In this case, must be an engineer, must be an architect, must be a building economist, so that you understand what is involved in building. Buildings have components like foundations. All buildings are based on a strong foundation. And if you give a quirk, because you know when you say that is only experience that is required, there is no academic qualifications that are preferred, then what we are saying is that anyone who has experience does not necessarily have to have an academic qualification. Then it means that you can employ anyone as long as they have been managers. They could have been managing a brewing company or managing a hotel or club, whatever it may be. So I think, Madam Speaker, I want to say that if this will happen, that we are going to go ahead and pass this bill, the qualification of the CEO must be a technical person who has technical qualification over and above experience. And I want to refer you to the section on corporate secretary, for example, on clause number 26(1). There shall be a corporate secretary to the board who shall be competitively recruited and appointed by the board. A person shall be qualified to be appointed as a corporate secretary if that person holds a degree from a university recognized in Kenya. So why are we silent on this qualification on the matter of the CEO? I think I'm clear on that one. And then, Madam Speaker, I go to the question of eligibility. On eligibility, for example, in clause number 31, 2D, on the eligibility, there are, apart from all what they have said above there, such other information as may be determined by the relevant agency. Why are we leaving the agencies to be able to be the one to determine? If we have a criteria of how people should qualify to benefit from this fund, then the criteria need to be set out in this bill so that we don't leave it open for abuse by the relevant agencies that have been mentioned here. Madam Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Kasarani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And from the onset, I rise to support the Affordable Housing Bill. And as I rise to support, I want to just make it known to the House that this is actually the first time you are hearing my voice. And I'm going to stick to the subject at hand, even though this is supposed to be my maiden speech. So I want to remind all the honorable members that I was elected as an independent candidate. Why I bring that up is because I did not have the luxury of having a national manifesto. But I read both manifestos from Kenya Kwanza and from AZIMIO. Both manifestos agreed on the need for housing. They agreed that it is a fundamental human right. They agreed on the rate of population growth and the migration to the urban centers. And they agreed that in Kenya we require approximately 250,000 new units per year. So there are two things that we must recognize from this fact. Kenyans agree that there's a need for housing. The question is on how this is going to be implemented. I also happen to be in the Housing Committee, And we went around the country, and I must say that must have been the most advanced public participation exercise I have seen. Kenyans agree that there's a need for housing. The place where there's divergence is on several issues which can be cured and are already being cured by amendments to this particular bill. The first issue was the affordability of these houses. And most Kenyans really lamented on the fact that there was a deposit that was required to actually get access to the particular houses. That has already been cured in the amendments. And that's why I beg honorable members to please go through the committee report, because most of the issues that are being raised today have been addressed in that report. Most of the other issues on allocation of the units, fairness in allocation, and job creation have been cured again with amendments. How have these been cured? It is by ensuring that wherever these units are constructed, they benefit that local community. All those things have been addressed by amendments based on the public participation exercise that was carried out by the Joint Committee. I think the issue that arises for most people are purely speculative. Why I say that is that in Kenya we have a culture of public funds being stolen. But I think, Madam Speaker, we have to get to a point as a country where we have faith that some development is actually going to happen. Otherwise, we will remain in the same state, because we are now 60 years after independence. We have not been able to achieve Article 43 of the Constitution and ensuring Kenyans live in dignity. It is about time that as a House we rise up and support to ensure that at least within the 13th Parliament, some of the things we support, we can be proud later on and say we have eradicated some of the issues that have persisted since before some of us were born. The purpose of this particular bill, even though it's tackling only housing, some people are saying we should ensure, first of all, that people have adequate food, people have jobs. But in terms of social and economic rights, they must all be achieved simultaneously. We cannot say, since not everybody has a house, then they don't go to school, because everybody, all our children need to go to school. Education is also a socio-economic right. And therefore, we must strive and achieve all those rights at the same time. So we are already 60 years too late, Madam Speaker. And one of the things that we must ensure as members of this House, instead of opposing the bill, is bringing forth amendments of what we think should be changed. But both AZIMIO, Kenya Kwanza, and the people of Kenya agree that we need housing and there's a problem with housing. The public participation that we went through as a country, and everybody was watching, the number of jobs that have already been created on the sites that the affordable housing units are already taking place has not been seen before. I had one of the members say that we don't need these labor jobs, or we don't need temporary jobs. We need all jobs. My people in Kasarani need these jobs. I have to advocate for this housing, because we have a lot of people who live in rural areas who come to Nairobi to look for these jobs. They have nowhere to stay. It is a duty of the government to ensure that whether it's rental or it's houses that people can buy, they have access to affordable housing. I rise to support, Madam Speaker, and I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Funyula, Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to lend a voice on this very controversial and emotive subject of affordable housing. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the housing policy, sessional paper on the housing policy of 2015 of the Republic of Kenya, it's very clear on the need of housing. And indeed, when you read deeper, the definition of housing has never been a universal definition. Even when you look at the UN Habitat resolutions, the definitions of housing has never been uniform and, cross-cutting. Each community, each family, each society has got its own definition of housing. So that's the first point. That's the first point. That's the first failure or shortcoming of this particular bill. It assumes that the definition of a house for somebody in Limuru is the same for definition of a house for somebody from Wajir. That is the first point. We seem to be, it makes many of us believe that this particular bill is not about housing. It's about politics. It's about short-term gains. It's about things that do not add any value to the people of Kenya in totality. Honorable Speaker, I want to disclose here, I was one of the first MPs to submit the site for affordable housing. There are indications that they are coming to do those affordable housing in my constituency. And when I told my people on the ground in Funyula constituency, they have mocked me for the last 3 weeks, non-stop, on how misguided, misdirected, and mispriority. So that's the first issue we need to address. Honorable Speaker, the committee has talked eloquently how they did public participation all over the country and where there was unanimity that this bill is good. They have talked about there are going to be amendments raised by the committee. And we want this to be the test case so that public participation should not just for the sake of public participation. Public participation should not be a farce. Public participation should not be window dressing. We would have imagined, I've not had opportunity to read the report, but I would have imagined that in the report they have a matrix on what the people said in each particular center they went for public participation. How they have synthesized those comments and submissions, and how have they arrived at whatever amendments they wish to make to this particular bill so that we truly reflects the spirit of public participation. It's a terrible waste of public funds for us members of parliament to go all over the country. We listen to the people talk, and then we come using as some invincible force, invincible hand somewhere, we overturn the will and expectation of the people of Kenya. It's unconstitutional, it is immoral, it's unfair, and it's abuse of the office that has been conferred upon us. Honorable Speaker, they need to be very honest. There is a lot of concerns regarding this particular bill. The first one, and which has been the bone of contention, is the source of the funds to implement the housing, the affordable housing, social housing, affordable market housing, whatever definition you give it. The issue of the housing levy, it has been a bone of contention, and the courts of law have pronounced themselves in respect to that matter. Trying to cure the issues raised by the court of law by including clause 4, 2B, whereby you are talking now to look for other incomes. Honorable Speaker, we are just misleading the nation. We are just covering our heads in the sand. One, Honorable Speaker, the principle of taxation is that the cost of collecting and administering the tax must not be too high to an extent the tax collected, it becomes less useful, becomes not useful. Honorable Speaker, I do not know what mechanism will the KRA, the collector, use to collect the levy or any contribution from a Mamboga, from Modaboda's rider, the sale of illicit brews, any typical merchant who sells cereals, there are bedos in most of the communities where we come from. How will the cost of collecting that tax and administering that tax will simply, KRA will abandon that line of income and only concentrate on salaried people and those in formal employment. We are again going back to the discriminatory nature of the funds that have been, that was the basis of the court case. We have not thought about it. As the minority leader has stated, what is the hurry? What's the hurry? We want housing. There's no doubt about it. Any Kenyan you ask, even those ones who live in Lavington, would want to upgrade to go to Mutembei. Even those who live in South Sea would want to upgrade to go somewhere else. There's no doubt about it. But it's the modality of getting the housing. Honorable Speaker, and we'll move this amendment, and as usual, we will let the tyrant of numbers carry their day. We need, Honorable Speaker, there is an attempt to cure the problem, and that is clause 38 of the bill. Clause 38 of the bill. An eligible, which says an eligible person may make voluntary savings with an agent for purposes of raising a deposit towards the allocation of an affordable housing unit. That is where the solution lies. Housing is personal. It might never be a priority to everybody. Many of our children will prefer loitering, hovering around our houses, even as they approach 30, but as they look to buy cars or to invest in the stock exchange. Many of us will get married. A man will move to a woman's house. You might do not need the house that you had until the day another competitor of the house comes to kick you out, which happens quite often. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the majority side. Let's look at this thing from both a policy prescription point of view and realistic point of view, Honorable Speaker. Because at the end of the day, we are going to punish. Honorable Speaker, as I speak here, the reason I've stayed here all this long, and that's why I came here early, I have had several messages, especially from the teachers of this country. I have several messages from typical employed people who are low-income earners that are already suffering, Honorable Speaker. Many of them are now going into negative pay slips. They had thought the relief that came from the courts was going to help them solve their problems. Some have already committed, Honorable Speaker, continuing to impose the tax as it is at this level. It's punitive, it is unfair, and we want to tell the government, no country has ever developed by overtaxation. No country will ever progress by heavily taxing a common mwananchi. We can still do housing, Honorable Speaker, affordable housing, institutional housing. We look for seed capital, be it 70 billion, be it 100 billion, we can float a housing bond. We have gotten money through Eurobond. The sovereign rating of the country is still good. We can raise that kind of money. So that becomes a sinking fund. In any case, Honorable Speaker, housing demand oscillates from one period to another. There is no guarantee that all the houses that we are rushing to produce, to dump into the market, will be uptaken, will be absorbed at a go. That's a fallacy. There's no economic theory supports that kind of argument. Honorable Speaker, it is important that we look at this bill soberly, devoid of partisan politics, and present to the people of Kenya something that they will always look at the 13th Parliament and look at it with posterity. The other technical issues, Honorable Speaker, are immaterial. They are minor. They can be resolved. The elephant in the house is the definition of the house, and secondly, the way of raising funds for the housing, affordable housing schemes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Malava, Honorable Moses Injedi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also arise, Madam Speaker, to support this bill and thank the majority leader for actually coming up with this bill. Madam Speaker, personally, I'm so happy that I'm learning actually today that AZIMIO equally had in its manifesto the issue of affordable housing, which also Kenya Kwanza was having. Madam Speaker, what surprises me at this moment is why a member from this particular side of government, Parliament, can actually claim now that this affordable housing is not a need for Kenyans presently, and yet it was in their manifesto.
Majority Leader, what is out of order?
Speaker, I don't want to interrupt the Honorable Ijendi, but you can hear the laughter that is coming from the Honorable Atandi. He's laughing like someone who is in a bar, not in the house, and disrupting everybody. We can't even hear what the Honorable Ijendi is contributing.
Order, Majority
Maybe
Leader.
you could ask Atandi if he's not keen on listening to Ijendi to allow us to listen to him.
Order, Majority Leader, but Honorable Atandi has heard you in the Kamukunji there. Let us consult in low tones. Continue, Honorable Member for Malava.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I think what most of us have to look at is those of us who have an advantage of having a salary is really to consider our brothers and sisters who do not have any income and who are suffering in terms of living conditions. Madam Speaker, I remember when I began working, it was so difficult to get a house in Nairobi here because of the kind of cost that was being asked for in terms of rent. And Madam Speaker, I would visit some of my colleagues who had gotten jobs, and the kind of places they were staying in were so deplorable. So, Madam Speaker, I want to appeal to everyone in the country, particularly who is salaried, to just accept that for the income he's having, he is standing in an advantaged position where he can actually raise some money, just like we are raising money through payee, so that we can get houses that can actually cause our brothers and sisters to also live a decent life in Nairobi. Madam Speaker, what I'm also saying, I'm coming from a rural area, my constituency is in a rural area. But when you see what's happening, we are basically an agricultural constituency. Most of the farms currently are now being subdivided further and further to put up houses for the children in the home, and you find that this is affecting now farming. I believe with this kind of housing, if it takes root in the urban areas to solve the problem of living conditions in urban areas, then it also extends, for example, to a rural place like mine, then have also affordable housing in my town, Malava. I would expect in future now, these children in these families traditionally who have to inherit land from their parents, they can actually get houses in urban areas and leave farms for agricultural farming. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I would really support this, that and every one of us, because after all, AZIMIO and Kenya Kwanza were having this, is only to support this, and if there are a few amendments, we make the amendments. However, Madam Speaker, when I look at clause 4 of this bill, paragraph 2A, it says, when it comes to this levy, it shall be at the rate of 1.5%. And this A, it says gross salary of an employee or the gross income of a person received or accrued, which is not subject to the levy under paragraph A. Now, Madam Speaker, my only question is this. Supposing as an employee I have a salary of 100,000 per month, and then I've managed to develop a business whereby I'm earning almost 500,000 every month. Madam Speaker, who decides what to be levied? Who decides? Do they levy my salary or do they levy my other incomes? I think I would want that this bill can come clear on this, that it is me to decide or it is KRA to decide which one to levy. Madam Speaker, also, on the issue of penalty, that's clause 7. Madam Speaker, I'm finding this a bit punitive, that on the 9th day of the following month, if this money is not remitted, then there is a penalty of 3% of the unpaid amount. Madam Speaker, we know what Kenya is going through when it comes to salary payment. Even our own staff here in Parliament, sometimes there is also a delay in salary disbursements. So, Madam Speaker, I think we can look at this and not become so punitive as it is. Madam Speaker, finally, some persons were asking, why are we paying this money and yet we have an investor who is coming in, given land, develop, then finally we pay for it. But I've found an answer in clause 10, and which I would like Kenyans to know, which addresses this particular issue. This particular levy we are paying is to help those Kenyans who are not in a position to get money, to get some soft loans at low interest rate, where it can be even at 1%, so that they can actually acquire this particular loan and pay for this particular house. I'm also finding some comfort with this because finally, when this money, Madam Speaker, my brother here makes a lot of noise. I don't know how he was in his Form 4. Madam Speaker, also, I'm also happy with this bill because I'm also realizing that apart from the house itself, developing a house, is that this levy will also be used, the fund. The money will be used also to upgrade slums, to maintain, to do maintenance in slums, because, Madam Speaker, you get into some of these slums, they have no roads, they have no facilities like toilets. So I'm happy that this money will be coming from us who are able to help those particular slums, to improve those slums, so that people who are living in such kind of places, they can actually live a decent living. So otherwise, Madam Speaker, I support this bill 100%.
Honorable Member for Alego Usonga, Honorable Atandi.
Finally, Madam Speaker, let me begin by saying that I oppose this bill in total. And Madam Speaker, let me say that according to my understanding, the reason why this bill is here was primarily to correct the issues that were raised by the courts on the unconstitutionality of the affordable housing levy. But, Madam Speaker, this bill does not attempt to address those matters raised by the courts. For example, on the fact that housing is a devolved function, the bill merely mentions counties. It does not say anything much. The bill talks about, the only area where the bill is involving counties is where the Affordable Housing Board is formed. And in this board, Council of Governors is supposed to nominate one person into this board. That is the only area where counties are mentioned. On the allocation of funds, counties is not involved. There's nowhere where counties will be involved in implementing these projects. So, Madam Speaker, according to me, the bill still remains unconstitutional because that issue is not addressed. The other issue which I wanted to talk about is that most of my colleagues who have spoken from the other side are saying that this bill is supposed to answer the question of job creation, that these houses will give us jobs. Madam Speaker, this is the biggest fallacy and hypocrisy of the affordable housing theory. Because, Madam Speaker, I don't know where these jobs will be found. What I have seen going on in the country is that there are a few gray, yellow, and brown men from China and Turkey who are implementing these projects. I have not seen anywhere where Kenyans are going to be used to do these projects. In fact, Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is that the motive of this affordable housing has not been really revealed to Kenyans. Kenyans don't understand what these all houses are all about. So, Madam Speaker, if the regime wanted to use this affordable housing program to create jobs for Kenyans, then they would have used another model. They would have used, for example, labor-based approach to development of housing, like what I have seen happening in Rwanda. Rwanda, when they build houses, they use locals. They only get experts. And they don't have to hire foreigners, to come and build houses, and then Kenyans become laborers. Madam Speaker, we cannot sit here and pass a policy or a law that will make Kenyans laborers to Chinese. And then we are busy shouting and saying we are creating jobs. Madam Speaker, the last time I checked, when the president was commissioning some of these projects, I saw hungry-looking Kenyans, on those sites. I don't even think they are even paid. You know how colonialism is being used, is going to apply in this affordable housing. Madam Speaker, let us get serious. Let us stop this argument that these things are going to give Kenyans jobs. If you are going to ask Kenyans to go to these mjengos and earn 100 shillings per day, and then you are a president shouting and saying, I'm creating jobs. Madam Speaker, this is the biggest fallacy that this House should never entertain. The other issue, Madam Speaker, that I want to talk about is the part 3, which is talking about the affordable housing levy. Madam Speaker, affordable housing levy in this section, employed Kenyans are supposed to pay 1.5% of their gross salary into this fund. I have not seen anywhere where unemployed other Kenyans who are not in employment are also paying. It's not here. Or if it is there, I should be shown. Because my understanding of the court decision was that this affordable housing was discriminatory because only employed Kenyans were supposed to pay into it. But how are you correcting that? Because you are still asking only employed Kenyans to pay. And Madam Speaker, all the employed Kenyans have spoken. They have said they don't have additional extra income to support this program. So if the people who are supposed to pay for it are saying no, why is this autocratic bill being implemented, being forced down the throats of Kenyans? Madam Speaker, I oppose this bill because it is forcing employed Kenyans to pay for something which they don't need. Personally, I don't need this thing. I'm employed. Many other people in my family are employed. They don't need this thing. So, Madam Speaker, this is an autocracy. This is dictatorship. And this House should never allow itself to be used to pass dictatorship policies. The other issue that I wanted to raise, Madam Speaker, is that Kenyans, it is true Kenyans may want houses. They may want affordable houses. But is it the most important priority? Because as a House, we need to, pass policies and laws that Kenyans want as a priority. In my view, I don't think this is a priority. Some people have sat somewhere and they've decided that we need to collect resources from Kenya, build houses and eat. In the end, Madam Speaker, this is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of Kenya. Bigger than Goldenberg, bigger than Eurobond, where the monies were borrowed and they never reached here. When Auditor General Ouko said that the Eurobond funds were stolen, some people didn't accept and didn't agree. I want to predict that this affordable housing is the biggest scandal, and it is meant to benefit a few people in State House. This is a fact which must be highlighted. And therefore, I want to stand with Kenyans and say that this is something that Kenyans must reject. We must reject it. And Madam Speaker, the MP for Mombasa, Madam Zamzam, should go into the records of history of this House as the most eloquent speaker on this matter. And that if you were not persuaded by the speech by Madam Zamzam, then you need to check yourself. Madam Speaker, there are certain aspects of this bill which I wanted to support. But after Madam Zamzam made her contribution, I am now opposing the bill in totality. Even my colleagues from that side, the Honorable ICHUNGWA could not sustain a point of order against her speech. So, Madam Speaker, let this House make a resolution that this is not something that Kenyans need, and that all of us need to oppose it because it is good for Kenyans not to be involved in supporting corruption by a few elements in government. Madam Speaker, I oppose.
Thank you, Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to also add my voice to this particular bill, which I want to go on record that I oppose in totality. And Honorable Speaker, point number 1, buying or purchasing a home is a very personal matter. And we need to understand that this is very personal. Honorable Speaker, this is like when you want to buy a bra. Because unlike when you want to buy a bra, when you want to buy other clothes, you can take them for fitting. You cannot do that to a bra. You are either size 38B or a size 34B. That is how personal it is when you're buying a home. Because it is said in this bill in Part 1, Sub-Article 3, that it gives effect to Article 43 of the Constitution in terms of accessibility and adequacy. When you're talking about the matter of adequacy, and you tell an individual who is used to living with 50 people in the same boma, that now you're going to live in a house, a one-bedroom house. How is this being adequate to the needs of the people? Madam Speaker, when you look at the pay slips of Kenyans, majority of the people who are working, they have already been deducted mortgage, they're being deducted all these other deductions, and then you're adding the housing levy, and yet that house, they will not necessarily own it. Honorable Speaker, we had the new Speaker. You told us about the fact that we get deducted VAT, and some people are deducted VAT even if they don't have children. But I would like to educate you that VAT is a deduction that goes into a wider basket. Housing levy is specific. It goes into a specific levy, and therefore you cannot compare the two. That is like comparing a tomato to a potato. It doesn't work like that. Honorable Speaker, I'd just like to give you a comparative analysis of other countries. We've had housing levy in Finland, in Italy, in South Korea, and in all these countries, which are more developed than we are, they've actually had to review how housing levy is being administered. In South Korea, for example, right now, the government is buying houses from private investors and then subsidizing them and then leasing them out to individuals. Secondly, in a place like Finland and Italy, people are advised to rent to own. So you're deducted money, yes, from your salary, but that money goes towards a home that you're already staying in, so you're renting to own to eventually own that home. That is not what we are working with in this country. Speaker, I'd also like to just look at part 2 of subsection 7, where it talks about that one will be able to pay a penalty upon delays. Right now, we all know that we have delays in salaries, even for civil servants. Even NGCDF has not come through because the government says there's no money. So is the government going to actually deduct itself on these penalties if it fails to pay the civil servants on time? Is it going to penalize itself? Is that what is going to happen? Honorable Speaker, and I just want to say this, and this is because in clause 30 and 31, we have a very scanty criteria. You cannot tell me that for me to own a house, I have first to be a citizen of Kenya who is 18 years. Okay, so imagine a scenario where a couple of citizens of this country go to a place like Ngara and say they want those homes because according to the criteria on the bill, they qualify. They are Kenyans, they are 18 years old, so they qualify. What are you going to tell those Kenyans? Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, back at home in Nyamira, like for example, have affordable housing in the town. For us who come from the Nyanza region, and maybe in Western Kenya, owning a home means you have a compound, it has goats there, iko na ng'ombe, it has a space. That is owning a home. You cannot tell a Kisii that they own a home by having a flat, some space up there in town in Nyamira. And you imagine that the people back at home, the elders, will respect you and say that you own a home. We need to tailor-make these solutions to people depending on where they live. If it's people who are in the villages, do not tell them about housing levy. If it's people in Garissa whose children are reading under trees, you cannot tell me you want to build for me a house, and yet my children are reading under the tree. That is a government that lacks priorities. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I just want to ask this question. Because I was nominated by my political party to represent workers in this assembly, I just want to ask, now that the courts declared housing levy unconstitutional, the workers who had been deducted, can they get their refunds? And the reason why I'm saying this is because even if, at the very worst, this is passed and it is declared constitutional, you cannot apply law in ultra vires. You cannot apply the law in reverse. Therefore, for all that time that Kenyans have been deducted this money, tafadhali turudishie wa Kenya pesa yao. I thank you.
Thank you. Next on the board. Now, I'm told the member for Homa Bay had her card malfunction, so this will go to her. Just give her the microphone where she is.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I believe the ICT personnel will all be reviewing our gadgets before we come into sessions so that I'm not experiencing frustration, which I've experienced for the last 4.5 hours. But I thank you for understanding. Now, when I read through this proposed bill, actually all the schedules have gaps, and I would say that I support it is a total scam. And I want to start by saying, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this is a bill that as legislators in this House, we must stand to oppose until we are convinced beyond reasonable doubts in terms of implementation. A good proposal, which even AZIMIO had in the manifesto, as our minority leader stated. I want to say and talk from the perspective of a project plan. And I want to dismiss instantly. There is no project which is implementable to conclusion without definite parameters of implementation, clear framework, and sustainability, which is output of a project. In this affordable housing, there is nowhere that we are mentioning sustainability. So the technocrats were not involved in this. A few people with their own passion and quest and thirst that they want to fulfill sat down, coined, and put it on paper, and no wonder it is being sneaked in as a rush. As legislators who are representing the citizens of this country, we know very well that we are undergoing tough times in this country. Even the members of the legislatures in this House are finding it rough, because when we get our pay slips, they are zero, deducted. You can't even understand from where you are coming from and where you are heading to. Yet we are the representatives of the people. This brings me to the question, what about the common mwananchi who is not employed, is not even near Mama Mboga, who can sell even 1,000 shillings per day? I want to say that this kind of affordable housing that we are talking about today, in the objects of the Constitution, primarily, we are saying that fairness is not taken care of. And when we are talking about fairness in this country, when the Constitution is highlighting on fairness, there is no fairness even on the deduction of the employed. There is no fairness of other members of this country on how they are going to foot the taxes. Under the objects of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say that inclusivity, which is enshrined in our Constitution, is not factored in the framework of this bill that is proposed. Why am I saying so, Mr. Speaker, sir? When we are talking about Mama Mboga, the hustler nation, it is very clear, because I rise to represent, as the county MP of Homa Bay, the PWDs, there is nowhere they are mentioned. We want to say that even the inclusivity is not captured in this proposed bill, because at what point are the youths who are not employed, the women who are not employed, the PWDs who are there? So we are saying framework on inclusivity is missing in this proposed bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, it was very clear that this is a county bill. Yes, I agree. In the same Constitution, there is the interrelatedness of the county government and the national government. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is not clearly articulated in this proposed bill, because we are only seeing in the fourth schedule the aspect of the ownership and the board of management. We are sneaking in the CS, we are sneaking in the CEO, of whom I don't know the identification mechanism. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have 47 counties in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, the framework of identification of the pieces of land is not articulated. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are talking of a public participation which is purported to have taken place. We know the segments of a public participation. Was there adequacy in the notice being provided? Was there involvement of adequate stakeholder and inclusivity of the same? Was it at the local level of the beneficiary who's going to get it? We only saw a spotted flashlight TV, some people seated with good bottles of water somewhere. Are we talking of affordable houses for Mama Mboga, or we are just imagining of things which are not right? Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say that this House must hold and respect the court order. in regard of this was already stopped, it was important and necessary that we be firm as legislatures and arm of the government so that we review what we want to bring in place. Because once we rush it, that we have to do this, then take it to the Senate House for corroboration, whatever, that is wrong. That is misleading, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to say that I also want to highlight that there is prioritization of needs. Why am I mentioning that, Mr. Speaker, sir? What is this rush of the affordable housing? Yet this country, as a country, I'm bringing on board the issues that the government should address. Education, which is key important. Right now, as I'm speaking, we know very well that our education is in a total mess. If we are a government that prioritizes needs of the Kenyan citizen, why don't we look into issues which are weighty, that when we tell the Kenyans that these taxes are going to go to this kind of development, it is going to improve us. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have issues of water and electricity. What is this rush of affordable housing? Teachers have gotten loans and acquired houses. People have built houses in various towns and go back home. You cannot cheat Mama Mboga. There is no framework on which Mama Mboga is going to acquire this house. There is no framework in which the unemployed border, the youth is going to acquire this house. This is not a priority. There are households who are living in a grass-thatched house, but they are doing business and affording to take their children to school. Let us support them. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying it will be wrong, it will be illegal for this House to accept and propose this bill and pass it through unless we want to take Kenyans into rush. Now, when you're talking of the people who are owning the steel companies in the industries, the big industries in this country, I want to count that the very few population of Kenyans owning those industries. When you walk around, even in town here in Nairobi, you'll find most of the industries we have owned by the Asians, we have owned by the Chinese. The Africans themselves are few this. Who is going to import this timber from Congo? I want to urge this government to tap the underutilized resources from our counties. Bring in investors and pour in and look for grants to ensure that in as much as affordable housing is moving on, resources are revived so that there is sustainability and increased funding, and in terms of improving our cost of living and economic status. Go to Mutembei, we have a lake. Bring us the industries. Don't open up fish ponds in places where there are no lakes, so that we have fish which is not fish, that we know very well was found in the lake. Let us have things which can sustain our locals from where they are. We have forests which can be undertapped. We have tourism. We have many things that we can do. Even the people who are employed in the private sectors, when you look at those people at lunchtime, they are very hungry. They have taken Githeri for 10 shillings with being underpaid. And then we are talking about, we want to build this immediately, we want to bring steel, we want to bring timber. Bring from where? And the Kenyan himself is unempowered. I want to say that this House must reject this until the process and framework of implementation is clearly put in place. When it is brought, we shall support, and we get that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
That is the MP for Mutembei County. I hope Honorable Mandai noted that. The member for Kwanza.
I will not be as, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think give me time also to contribute. Leader of minority or my friend.
Honorable.
And I want to do this.
Honorable Nyonyi, go ahead with your contribution.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to say that first and foremost, we have also to see exactly what is happening around. And this bill, to me, I want to ask those who are opposed to it, let's actually enrich it. Let's come up with the corrections to be able to actually say this is missing, we need to add this and that, so can be able to pass this bill, because, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we have to see. We have to look at least outside the box. I want to say that for us to be able to do what we're supposed to do, first of all, we are talking about creation of jobs. I have a project in my constituency, and the other day, the deputy president came and actually helped me in the fundraising. There were over 120 youths and women, what have you, doing that job, casual workers. And I can tell you that casual workers were very, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I don't need him to shout at me. You are out of order. So we are saying that they actually were very impressed because what we are talking about is creation of the jobs. For those informal jobs, we have actually boys and girls out there who are actually professional in their own, the jobs for the rural area. Secondly, because from 1963 up to now, almost 60 years down the line, there's a lot of migration into urban areas. And somebody mentioned that. And they get my Form 5, Form 6, I came over here, and where I was staying, I can tell you, it was pathetic. Because there was no housing. So I think what we are doing, we actually, as members of parliament, we are trying to see if we can have dignified a way of looking at those who come in, who migrate to urban areas, and see whether we can be able to assist them. And I can tell you, recently I traveled to Angola, and I want to do that as a benchmarking, if you can well. It is that kind of housing project, and it was very impressive. I was told that actually people, you know, the same way we are starting here, is what has happened in Angola. We have housing issues, and actually you'll find the people are now living very comfortably in Angola. So all I'm saying is that for the creation of jobs and what have you, you'll find some people there supplying cement. We'll have people actually coming there supplying timber, as somebody mentioned. We'll have people supplying, like in my area, we come all the way to Thika to collect stones to take to Western Kenya because of that kind of a thing. And of course, we'll have multiple effect, and the economy will grow. So let's not look at the short-lived benefits, but the long-term benefits that somebody who actually is employed, he'll then of course have to get supplies of food, what have you. That again is a multiple effect. And that's how we can grow the economy. So all I'm saying is that we should not look at it on a short-term basis, and what am I going to benefit from this? We're looking at the long-term effect, and I can tell you, as an economist, I see this as the way of revitalizing our economy, a way of us making sure that the economy of this country comes back to where it's supposed to. Because today we are looking at the economy is doing so badly because there's no effect. There are no jobs. But this is a creation of jobs. You see, you give somebody 120 shillings or even 20,000 shillings after working for 1 month, that money is not going to keep it, it's going to use it, buy something else to be able to turn around the economy of this country. And I want to assure you members that this housing, affordable housing scheme, to me is one way of actually, after 60 years, we should not look around. You go around here town, see how our boys and girls, those who don't have jobs, who have jobs, they don't even know where to go. And so I think I'm asking the leader of the minority, and those are who are opposed to this, to come up with some issues, to come up with the issues that can be able to enrich this particular motion so I can pass it for the benefit of our Kenyans. It's not for your benefit or my benefit. It's for the benefit of the Kenyans, and therefore I think it's only fair that we look at it. And as I said, half time, those who are doubting, we can even ask the parliament to sponsor some of them to go to Angola. They had the same scheme. And I can tell you, I went around and I saw for myself, it's something that people actually, anyway, it's something that you can benchmark. Not that you don't have to go there, but you can see what is up. Angola, Mobutu. Yes. Okay? So I saw that and I was very impressed as far as I'm concerned. So down the line, I want to say that members of the parliament, let's pass this motion so that I can be able to see what we can do to benefit. It's not that somebody is going to benefit as an individual. Somebody is talking about corruption. I don't know how the corruption comes. The system that is there, if you want to look at it, let's look at it and see whether we can make correction and be able to support this particular motion. I want to support the motion, and please call upon those who have negative attitude, not because you are in opposition, it's going to benefit the other Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Githunguri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this bill. I will be consistent and I shall remain so, not because I do not like the policies that are laid down by Kenya Kwanza government, but because I am in this house to pursue the interest of the people I do represent. And the people I do represent are people who have priorities, and the people that I do represent are people who understand the mathematics of making money from the farms and making their livelihoods better. Mr. Speaker, the spirit behind this bill was to dignify the way we live, was to make housing affordable and make housing accessible in line with the Kenyan Constitution, Article 43. Mr. Speaker, I am excited that the courts of Kenya found it worth to give a clear and sober direction over the existence of a law that oversighted the need to align ourselves with the Constitution of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when I speak about dignity, you can only be dignified if you are living in a house that the community where you live in appreciate as a home. A home where your in-laws can come in, can enjoy a cup of tea, can enjoy a cup of music, can enjoy a cup of uji, and get an opportunity to enjoy sunlight. I do not expect that this block of flats that we are proposing we are going to construct in our homesteads are going to dignify our community lives. In fact, they are going to defranchise the cultural setups in our backyards. I cannot imagine my mother-in-law coming to my house in a 6th floor block and live opposite another neighbor who doesn't speak her vernacular and expect her to feel comfortable in such a setting if really you want to dignify me and dignify my people. We cannot come here to purport that we are dignifying people, and we are removing them from their cultural setup, away from what they can access for their cultural dignity, to bring them to a contemporary modern understanding of what dignity is all about. Mr. Speaker, when I speak about dignity, I will be very excited as a member of parliament, specifically as a woman leader who has served in Kiambu County, and I understand Kiambu County very well. I will be excited if I could hear that we are dignified the people of Ruaboli slums in Kikuyu constituency, where majority leader comes from. I will be very happy to hear that we are giving all the people who live in Ruaboli slums, Kiambori slums. Thank you, majority leader. I would be very happy to hear that the people who are living in Kiambori slums, all of them are going to be dignified, and they're going to be given these houses in the most affordable way for them, remembering that most of them living in the slums have no constant income. They are not employed. I'll be very excited if these houses are going to be given to the people who are living in Thika constituency in a Geshagi known as Geshagi Kia Madharau, meaning it is a village of indignified life. I'll be very happy if these houses are dignifying those people. I'll be very, very happy if these houses are dignifying the life of the people who live in Gashagi Kamaratadi. That is in a village of houses made of paper, nylon paper, in Lari constituency. I'll be very, very happy. But looking at what has been done in the past, when this house tax and levies were introduced in this house, the houses that are being constructed, for example, the ones that have been constructed in Roilo, There is nobody from Gasogi Kamatharau can afford those houses. The deposit they are in, 400,000 per house, they cannot afford. So what dignity are we talking about here? Who are we dignifying? Mr. Speaker, when you speak about accessibility, we are only constructing these houses in the urban areas. How accessible are these houses going to be to the people who live in extreme corner of my constituency, for example, the people who live in Madhaja village in Githega constituency of Githunguri County, sub-county? If we actually do the houses in Githunguri town, for example, how accessible are we going to align ourselves within the constitution? Because this is the spirit of the constitution. That is why I am opposing this bill. Actually, this bill, according to me, should not be called the Affordable Housing Bill 2023. It should actually, if we really are serious, we should call it the Affordable and Social Housing Bill 2023. And the social means accommodating those people living in the nylon papers houses, like I have explained, because that is the spirit of the Constitution. So I am happy because I have put in amendments. I hope those amendments are going to be considered on the floor of this House so that my contributions and my thoughts and other people's thoughts who are thinking like I am thinking can be put in place. Mr. Speaker, when I speak about affordability, I do not think that the concept of stone and cement is what is affordable to my voters. I do not think that the concept of cement and stones and concrete is what is affordable to somebody in Turkana. Why can't we then, if you are calling them affordable, use the most affordable materials that are available in the villages? Why must you force me to adopt your concept of concrete and stones and cement, and that is not affordable to me? That is affordable to you because of your income levels. It is not affordable to me. To the people of Turkana, who are used to making their houses using wood cut from the trees and the cow dung to smear the houses and look beautiful, to them that is what they can afford in their backyard. Why are you going to introduce the concrete and stones in Turkana and they are not affordable there? By the way, stones and cement are only affordable in Nairobi and Kiambu County, where we have quarries. You go to the coastal part of region, in the coastal region, there are no stones. Why are they designing for houses to use stones from Darugo quarries in Kiambu County? And trucks have to come to leave Thika or Roiro to go all the way to deliver stones in Kwale County, for example. Isn't it this a business model for some people? So that is why I am opposing this bill. I have put my amendments on the floor. I hope they are going to be considered.
One minute, Honorable Muchomba. What's out of order, Honorable? Bye.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to a point of order on misinformation because the coast region is known for the coral stone. And a lot of the houses in the coast are actually built on stone, coral stone. That's one of the most precious stones that is used for building. To say that the people of the coast actually enjoy staying in mud houses, they don't have building materials. We have. My constituency is a place called Tezo. Mombasa has been built by the stones from Tezo. It is a quarrying area. Better stones than those are thicker. Kwale itself has one of the best coral reef with the best coral stones. So
what's out of order?
Is a very well-informed person, but she should not distort facts. Okay. She should not distort facts and misinform people. We have very good building stones, and our houses, almost every house in Kilifi now is built.
Thank you, the Honorable Baya. I think the Honorable Member is.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Honorable, my friend, wanted to inform me, but he did not request me for permission to be informed, because I don't think I was out of order. So next time, don't misuse the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to address the issue of land. I still would want to understand that this bill, because I've read it, it has not addressed how the government of Kenya is taking up public land. The legal framework around taking over pieces of land in our backyards is something that's still not addressed by this bill. No wonder I am not supporting it. You cannot come to my county and my sub-county and purport to take over public land to construct houses, land that was alienated for some project that serves the community. For example, in Githongori constituency, there is a proposal to take up land that was supposed to be used for our Mau Mau veteran memorial activities and cultural activities. And there is a lot of coercion happening so that that community can lose that land to affordable housing. I still feel this is not right. There is no right.
No. Allow her 30 seconds to finalize.
Thank you. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Speaker. I still feel that there is no right inclusion of the legal approach on how the government, through this affordable social housing bill, is going to take over land that is supposed to be community land. And therefore, I oppose this bill, and I have put my amendment to see whether my concerns and the concerns of the people I represent have been captured in this bill. Thank you.
Minority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to oppose this bill. And Honorable Speaker, right from the onset, it is important to say two wrongs don't make a right. And Honorable Speaker, the member for Kwanza was saying that we should try and improve on this bill. But there's no way to improve on something that is already flawed. Honorable Speaker, there is an issue of framework that was raised by the courts. I submit to you, Honorable Speaker, that we still have an insufficient framework in this housing bill. And allow me to demonstrate, Honorable Speaker. We have different forms of taxes and levies collected by the government. We have pay, we have NHIF, you have NSSF. Honorable Speaker, NHIF, there's a direct benefit to the person who pays that levy. The same thing with NSSF. You benefit from it. With pay and all income taxes is what we benefit from. We have teachers in schools. We have NGCDF whenever they decide to remit it, that goes down there to benefit. We have roads that are done. This is how we benefit directly from this pay. So how will this housing levy benefit the person who is actually paying this levy? If you don't change this issue, and I'm glad the chair is still here for housing, because we've had a side chat with him, and I respect the member for Murua Dikir, that I submit to him that this makes it will be another challenge for this bill, and when we go to court of law, they will set it aside. Why? Because you've not shown, you've levied a tax, but you're not showing how we are going to benefit. Honorable Speaker, there is the issue of, and allow me to speak of Embakasi West and Nairobi. And the leader of majority, and I don't know, he stepped out, he's asked us, the members of parliament, we should write and indicate the land where we're supposed to construct these houses. Honorable Speaker, I have a school with 4,000 students, 182 students in one classroom. I'm looking for land to build a new school. How will I convince the residents of that ward that I can set aside land to build houses that will be privately owned? And yet, in that entire ward, I've only got one public school. And this is the case all over Nairobi. We have an issue where we've built affordable housing, especially in Eastlands, Honorable Speaker. I'll be honest, we have slums where we have rentals going for 500. We have houses going for 1,000, 2,000 in Dandora, 3, 4, and as you accelerate all the way, you get to Buruburu, where you can afford to pay a house of 50,000, depending with your strength. Honorable Speaker, those are the affordable houses that we have in our constituencies. And what we need, Honorable Speaker, we need titles. We've built houses, we need them regularized. You cannot tell us to now come and build new houses. We have houses in Nairobi. We've built them already. Regularize them. Those are our affordable houses. We are okay. We don't need any more. We don't need any more. Those are sufficient for us. And let us remember, Honorable Speaker, the majority of those who are being paid salaries are here in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker. And if you look at the number of even houses being built here in Nairobi, it's unfair. So how will you convince all these people where 60% of the GDP is here in Nairobi, and you're not even giving us that equivalent here in Nairobi? So we have a huge issue with that one. Honorable Speaker, let me remind my colleagues across the side, and I'm happy, Honorable Mbadi, because he might remind me. President Kibaki built houses in this Nairobi. He didn't impose a levy. They're here in Langata. President Uhuru built houses in Starehe. I wish the member of Starehe was here. They're here in Pangani. No levies were imposed. So it's not something new, and that's why as AZIMIO, we were willing to support. We had this in our manifesto because we knew we could do it without asking for any extra money. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak also about my constituency. Some of the areas you've been pointing out where you want to demolish slums and build them. We've had uprisings and all sorts of mandamano going on in Nairobi because nobody wants the houses to be demolished. So we submit to you that we do have a form of affordable housing. It might not be the best, but it's what Kenyans can afford right now. And finally, Honorable Speaker, because I will have quite a number of amendments that I will bring in a bit later on. Honorable Speaker, let me caution, based on how this criteria has been put here. Honorable Speaker, before I became a member of Parliament, when I was an advocate trying out, then I was earning a salary of 20,000. I had the opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to apply for an affordable housing scheme that is here at Nyayo Estate. Honorable Speaker, if there is a place where there was a lot of corruption and you needed to know somebody, was that scheme. That is how you've exposed us in this new bill. And I want to urge you, and I'm saying the Honorable Owen Bai is really paying attention. I urge you to go to Nyayo Estate. Those affordable houses, as they were considered then, because about 700,000-800,000, see the people who own them. It is the wealthy people during that regime who own those houses there. They own 10, 15 houses. People who are cabinet secretaries, PSs, members of parliament, those are the people who ended up owning those houses there. The way this bill is crafted, Honorable Speaker, the criteria that it is a simple ID, it is so subjective. It means somebody somewhere will choose and determine who is to get a house. And that is it. It doesn't matter what you contributed, what you gave out. All that will not be considered. This might boil down to the tribe, skin of your color, the depth of your pocket, who you voted for, party, share ownership. All that kind of nonsense is what will be considered. And they will ignore the fundamental issue of what we as AZIMIO wanted to sort out by creating affordable housing at a low cost without adding a single shilling to the taxpayer. So I'm going to urge the chair of the committee, because we will have a bigger discussion during the third reading. Allow us to amend this bill, as your colleague from Kenya Kwanza, Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi said, and allow us to even delete each and every single clause here and redraft this bill afresh. And we do have the strategy. We do have the plan. Allow this issue to be a bipartisan issue where we can give you a better bill without adding a single shilling, a single tax to Kenyans out there. So, Honorable Speaker, in this current form, I apologize, I've not had a chance to look at the report of the committee because it came out at night And I'm hoping some of these issues, we're going to look at them in depth. But Honorable Speaker, the way it is, I'm sorry, but I cannot support this bill in its current form. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving the opportunity to discuss this. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this bill because it is actually flawed. Mr. Speaker, this bill, the objective is to provide for affordable housing, to levy, put a levy, and to give a framework. It does none of those, absolutely none. Throughout the bill, there's been no indication on how these houses are going to be affordable, meaning it's cheaper than other houses in the market. You actually pay, you don't know you are going to get, and then you put a deposit of 10%, then you are given a house, and then you pay back the loan. That is standard. What is different from that? What is going to change them? And now you go and look at even what we call the frameworks. Just start with the definition. Affordable housing, not more than 30% of your income per month. We start to put figures. How are you going to actually ensure that it is not more than 30%? And then you go down, and the affordable houses are actually three types. Social housing unit for people whose income are below 20,000. Affordable housing unit, which is between 20,000 and 100,000. Affordable market housing, which is over 100,000. When you say that, and you have put 30%, you have already actually said what that house is going to, the rent is going to be. In the market, is it really possible to have a law which is saying exactly what you are going to pay? I don't see how that will work out. So you have put a percentage, you have actually put what the income is, you've put it, that gives you the cost of the house. Can you really fix that? That is what has given us a problem for 10 years when we put a number, 2/3 gender rule. It's a number, and we are trying to get to reach it politically. We are doing the same thing with this bill. That is just not going to work. Then you go to the levy. We started by saying it was for employed people only. But of course, that is what the court didn't like, and then the court brought us back, and now we say people who are other incomes. But if you look very carefully at clause 4, 2B, clause 4A says the gross salary of an employee. That's okay. That is practical. That can be done. But when you say the gross income of a person received or accrued, which is not subject to the levy under paragraph A, that actually has two meanings. It may mean that for a person who is not salaried, that is what it may mean. But it may also mean that even if you are salaried and you have paid and you still have another income, that income will still be subject to that. Is that exactly what we mean in this bill? So that itself we have a problem with that. Then, when you have got that, and you then come to the allocation of this, you actually already have said who is going to do this in actually clause 6. So you say 30% is going to National Housing Corporation, 30% is going to Kenya Slum Upgraded Low Income, this, 30%, and then 30% going to that. Now, you have a board for that. You have a board for this fund, but you have also distributed this fund to other institutions. These other institutions, if you go to clause 12 where there's a board, how is this board going to actually manage funds that are actually in other institutions which have their own boards? So that is defective. You can't set up a board, you say what the board is going to do, you say the functions of the board, and then the money that you are distributing to other institutions that have their own boards. So that is actually technically defective. If you come to eligibility, Mr. Speaker, okay, it says Kenyan over 18, and then you have to have proof of availability of deposit, which is 10% of the value. And then after that, you will apply, and if you are the agency, again, you have gone to the agencies, you apply to the agencies if you have a deposit of 10%. Now, if you are talking of affordable houses, and the other people who are not salaried, even the people who are salaried, if you're talking of Mama Mboga, if these are the people you're talking about, the hustlers, and you said they need a deposit of 10%, already they are paying, and you've told them, and the leader of majority was saying that when they went out, people were very keen that we are even going to do it voluntarily. What they mean, if you didn't get that, is that they think that if they pay this, they are definitely going to get a house. I don't think people realize that you can pay this for years and you may never get a house. So if again now they are going to pay this 10%, and they have been paying that, and they are just going to pay back, that is difficult. And again you realize when you go to clause 38, you find that an eligible person may actually not be able to raise 10%. Then you say...
There's a point of order by the Majority Leader. It better be a point of order, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, you know the Honorable Nyekal has invited me by referring to what I said in relation to public participation. But clearly, the Honorable Nyekal has not read what came out of that public participation in the committee's report, because all the issues he's speaking to, from eligibility, there are proposed amendments by the committee, including the question he's raising of 10% deposits, are things that are very well articulated in the committee's report if you go through it. Therefore, kindly, probably you would take some time off and read so that he understands where I was coming from when I said what I said of public participation.
You see, that is exactly, actually that's exactly my point. You have actually reminded me of another point why I actually reject this bill at this point. When the leader of majority was moving, even the second when they were moving, they did not discuss the bill, they were discussing the report, which means that to a large extent, without that report, this bill cannot pass. It makes it possible that by the time we go to amendments, there will be so many amendments that we may, just leader of majority, there may be so many amendments that we may actually think that this bill should be drafted again. So, Mr. Speaker.
Order, the Honorable Nyekal. It's Majority Leader. Order. The report is a report of the bill. So the report can't stand over the bill. The report is a report of the bill. And so I believe that the bill, the report informed the debate on the bill. So I don't want us to waste time on this. I would allow you to continue the debate.
I will.
Don't get distracted.
No, and I have actually even looked at the report. Even the format of the report, everyone is saying that we look at the report. First of all, it came late. We haven't had time to read it. But even when I've looked at it, you do not, as you normally would have in a report of this nature, a clear schedule of what amendments are proposed. What we have in this report is actually almost verbatim report. This is what they said. This is what the observation of the committee. So you don't actually, then you read the report, you don't clearly get it ends on page 190, and the only recommendation, committee recommendation, the committee having tendered the bill and the submissions from the members, the public and stakeholders, recommends that the House approve the bill with the amendments. Now, they are not, this is the report. So this is actually technically defective. So, Mr. Speaker, then we realize, as we have said, that people may not afford. We then bring that in clause 10, that a loan can also be made available. Now look at this bill. There is money you are paying. Then now you also want to take a loan, and you can also make a saving in the same. What structure shall we have for this fund? So the idea.
Allow him 20 seconds to finish.
You see, I have the soft copy.
We then move to Jomvu.
You can't see.
We move to Jomvu.
Jomvu ha? Nitaongea hakuna shida. Haya, asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii ili kuweza na mimi kuchangia katika hili jambo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza katika katiba yetu ya Kenya imeruhusu kuwa na haki ya makao. Alafu vile vile sisi kama Azimio pia ilikuwa ni moja ya ajenda yetu ambayo ilikuwa ni haki kwa watu waweze kupata makao. Kwa hivyo nikizungumza kama vile minority leader wetu Mheshimiwa Ndai alivyosema, haoni ni kwa nini pia mimi naunga mkono kwa nini ilikuwa tuende haraka kwenye jambo hili. Kwa shauri Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo hili si kwa kuwa ni baya. Liko katika katiba, liko katika ajenda yetu, na hivi sasa limeletwa ni sawa, lakini namna vile ambavyo limeletwa ndilo ambalo mpaka iangaliwe. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, leo hii kule kwangu Mombasa kuna mahali ambapo mpango huu ulifanywa, hata rais akaja hapo. Leo mpango ule ulifanywa mahali kunaitwa Buxton. Buxton nyumba zilivunjwa na kulikuwa kuna watu wanaishi hapo. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile kukavunjwa nyumba kwa Mheshimiwa Mishi Likoni. Na juzi kwa masikitiko makubwa ya mzee wetu Omar Mwinyi alifiliwa na bibi yake ndani ya wiki mbili akiwa anaomboleza, buldoza ya vunja nyumba za Changamwe za watu wake. Tukalani kitendo kile sana. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kusema ndugu yangu Owen Baya ambaye yuko hapa yajua Mombasa vizuri. Kuna sehemu kama nilivyosema mwanzo kwa mpango huu haukuwa mbaya, lakini njia inavyofanywa ndio mbaya. Leo kwa nini kuvunjwa nyumba Pakistani? Kwa nini kuvunjwa nyumba Likoni? Kwa nini kuvunjwa nyumba Changamwe? Hali ya kuwa Jomvu kuna area kubwa ya serikali ambayo zamani ilikuwa ikitumiwa kama holding ground ya veterinary, ambapo nyumba zile zingekwenda jenga bila kusumbua watu. Ndugu yetu ama dadangu Irene Mayaka amezungumza hapa. Kwa nini serikali haikuweza kusimama?
The Honorable Badi.
Yes.
Do you want to be informed by the Honorable Minority Leader?
Huh?
Do you want to be informed by the Minority Leader?
Absolutely.
1 minute.
Mheshimiwa Ndaya ni inform kwa mara zote. Yeye ni kiongozi bwana. Asante.
Nilikuwa nataka tu
ruhusa nimempa anieleze.
Nilikuwa nataka tu kueleza rafiki yangu Mheshimiwa Badi Twalib Fula Ngenge, mbunge wa Jomvu, ya kwamba nyumba mingi imebomolewa hata kule Kakamega County, katika constituency ya Lurambi, katika estate ya Milimani. Vile vile nyumba zimebomolewa katika kijiji cha Msambweni katika Voi constituency. Mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa na nafasi ya kufika mahala hapo. Mahala, how do you call it? Mahala hapo. Na nikajionea mimi mwenyewe wananchi wakihangaika, wananchi wakifurishwa wakitolewa kwa nyumba zao. Hata hii ya Changamwe mimi mwenyewe nilizuru mahala hapo. Na kiongozi wangu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga.
I believe he's informed by now.
Nikasikitika sana.
Asante sana. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Yes.
Order.
Usiniongezee, mtachukua time yangu jamaa.
The majority whip and majority leader. You will listen to body in
mtachukua muda
silence.
wangu sana. Nasema katika haya ambao mimi nasema nilisikitika sana kwa sababu Jomvu na Changamwe ni kama mjomba na shangazi. Maeneo bunge yamepakana. Katika mpango huu, Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Omar Mwinyi ambaye ni mjumbe wa hapo, leo akiwa yuko katika maombolezi, watu wake wanakwenda wanavunjiwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo hilo alikuwa sawa. Lakini mimi nikiwa mjumbe wa Jomvu, nataka kusema kitendo kile tulikilani kwa sababu si cha ubinadamu, hata kama alikuwa anataka kufanya jambo lolote. Kwa hivyo leo mimi imani yangu inanituma wale ambao walikuwa wakiishi kwenye nyumba hizo, ilikuwa badala ya kuwa wapangaji wakatiwe pesa polepole ili wawe wamiliki baadaye, kuliko kuvunjia watu katika sehemu ambazo pia zina shauku. Pakistani leo nyumba zimvunjwa, alafu akuta mwenye kufanya kazi, si ajabu pengine alichukua karatasi title deed ya pale ambao hakununua, akapeleka benki akapata pesa na akaja akajenga manyumba yale. Mahali kwengine pia ni hivyo hivyo. Leo mimi nauliza pia Mheshimiwa Spika, 1.5% ama 1.5 kwa 100 ambayo watu wanakatiwa na waajiri. Watu wamekatiwa, hata wafanyikazi wangu mimi ofisini walikatiwa. Na leo nataka kusema kitu kimoja. Mheshimiwa Njendi pale amesema ati wakichelewa kidogo wanaambiwa wanapakatiwa 3%. Mimi nachukua sauti yangu leo. Mheshimiwa Spika, mara ya kwanza hii levy ilipokuwa imposed ama kuanzishwa, ofisi yangu ilikuwa haina operation cash. Wafanyikazi wangu walikuja mimi ni wakopeshe pesa ya housing levy. Ikiwa wao wafanya kazi na hali imekuwa ni vile, je, wale wengine ambao hawafanyi kazi, Mheshimiwa Spika, itakuwa katika hali gani? Kwa hivyo hali hii ni lazima iangaliwe, kwa sababu leo watu wanaambiwa wakatiwe pesa hizi, wanaambiwa tu kwa pamoja, ama kwa kizungu tunasema anakuwa generalized. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, anayekatiwa yuko mmoja ambaye hana loan, na anayekatiwa yuko mwingine ana loan. Ana mzigo mkubwa. Hatuuangalii mzigo huu alionao anaukabili vipi, na sisi tunakwenda tunamkata hizo pesa. Maoni yangu ama mapendekezo yangu ni kwa kuwa pesa hizi ziwe ni kwa mwenye kutaka, ama kwa kizungu optional. Kwa sababu hivi inavyoendelea, kuna uwezekano wa watu wengine kukatwa wakapata nyumba, na watu wengine wakakatwa ikawa ni wengine kupanda kwenye migongo ya wengine kufaidi, na hali wengine wakati wao hawataweza kufaidi. Leo tuangalie, kunaambiwa hapa moja ya sheria mpaka uwe Mkenya. Dada yetu Irene Mayaka hapa anauliza swali moja. Yule anayetoka kutoka mashambani kabisa aje Pangani pale, ama aje Pakistani pale, ama ende pengine popote aseme mimi pia ni Mkenya nataka. Confusion hiyo ama mkengeuko huo ni wa aina gani? Aliyoko pale aachwe apewe mwingine. Kwa hivyo ina maana pia hata yule ambaye yuko mbali kitambo afikiwe, atakuwa shakufa, mwanawe na yeye anakatwa, amfika mjukuu wake akatwa, ndio watu wafikirie sasa. Mimi nataka kusema tuna mzigo mkubwa ambao ulikuwa mwanzo tu uangalie kabla kuangalia haya. Na mzigo huo, tuna deni la SGR, tuna deni la expressway, tuna madeni kadha wa kadha ambao tuko nayo hapa ya Dongo Kundu. Leo Dongo Kundu, Mheshimiwa Kimani Ichungwa majority leader yuko hapa. na alikuwa chamani wangu wa budget. Leo mimi niko katika kamati ya barabara. Twadaiwa bilioni 1 na kampuni inaitwa Fujita ambayo imejenga Dongo Kundu. Kwa nini 63 bilioni ambazo tumechukua kwa mambo ya housing levy ambayo hatujui itajenga nyumba gani wala nyumba gani, isiende mwanzo kulipa madeni ndio kisha wakaenda kuangalia yale mambo mengine watafanya namna gani? Na yaonekana mheshimiwa nichunge ama ni protect kima nichungwa nirushia maneno pale hivi na hayo.
Bwana Badi atamaliza mchango wake. Ningependa aimalize. Aya, tumpe basi kiongozi ya walio wengi dakika moja pia.
Unajua Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Badi Twalib asema ya kuwa tuna bilioni 63 ambazo hazijulikani zitajenga manyumba wapi. Mbona tusitumie hizo fedha kulipa madeni ya pending bills ya Fujita, contractor ambaye anajenga barabara kwa eneo bunge lake huko Dongo Kundu? Lakini Mheshimiwa Badi Twalib ndiye alipitisha sheria hapa ya kusema kuwa hizi fedha za housing levy haziwezi tumika kwa mahitaji mengine yoyote, hata kulipa madeni, ila tu kazi ya ujenzi wa manyumba na mambo ambayo yanaambatana na ujenzi wa manyumba. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Badi asifanye Wakenya waamini ya kuwa mimi ndiye nimekataza ujenzi wa ama Fujita kulipwa. Na sijui ako na mambo gani na huyu Fujita. Pia kufuatia kanuni zetu, kanuni ya 90, atuambie amjuaje huyu Fujita. Mbona Fujita tu ndiye anamtetea alipwe?
Asante. Ningependa pia kuuliza kwamba unaweza ongea na Bwana Opiyo Wandayi atakwambia pending bills nini kwa Kiswahili. Uko na dakika 20 kumaliza mchango wako.
Mheshimiwa Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba kando na nafasi uniongezee dakika kidogo ambazo zimechukuliwa pia kwa kuwa nimetatizwa kidogo.
Uko na sekunde 30 kumaliza mchango wako.
Sawa. Sasa mimi nataka kusema kwanza sina interest ama jambo yoyote kati ya maneno yangu na Fujita. Hiyo ni maneno nimesema kwa sababu ndio hali ilivyo. Na nikiwa mwanakamati wa uchukuzi najua ni wapi tudaiwa, najua ni wapi hatujamaliza kazi, najua ni wapi hatujaweza kuendelea mbele. Mheshimiwa Spika, yatakikana kununua nyumba hizi utoe 10%. Ina maana kama ni milioni 5 uwe na 500,000 ambazo utatoa. Leo mama mboga na bodaboda 500,000 atoa wapi? Leo kitu kimoja ambacho mimi nataka kusema, hii naona ni ufisadi unakuja. Kwa ajili 500,000 mbunge milioni 5 kwake ni mswaki. Kwa hivyo 500,000 mbunge za kuchukua pesa akaenda keka deposit ya nyumba 10
Katika hali hiyo ya Kiswahili twende Likoni. Twende Likoni tusikie. Tubaki kwa Kiswahili bado. Bwana Mugabe tunakuja kwako. Kiswahili bado kitawale kidogo. Muda wako inkwisha. Wakati huu ni wa Likoni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say from the onset, the issue of affordable housing is a noble initiative because our constitution talks about the right to shelter.
Lakini sasa mbona unaangusha? Nilifikiria tulikuwa pale Kiswahili bado.
Hai, basi ikiwa Speaker umetaka niongee Kiswahili, wacha nirudi kwa Kiswahili, lakini leo nilitaka kuongea Kiingereza.
Can use any language. Use any language.
Sasa Honorable Speaker, lazima time yangu iregeshwe vile ilivyokuwa. Maana naona nimepata some interruptions nyingi sana. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nataka niseme from the beginning, the issue of housing is a noble initiative because the constitutions talk about the right to shelter for Kenyans. But I want to say this idea was recklessly rushed.
And that is why you see during the public participation, majority of Kenyans objected on this idea of paying housing levy. And again, that is why we had some negative ruling from our courts. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, if today I may ask whether we have a proper legal framework to ensure that there is proper accountability, transparency, and even the management of the housing levy. Because here we are talking about a big fund, a fund which needs to be monitored, a fund which needs a proper mechanism to ensure that there is proper oversight. And to me, I think we are not ready for that, and we don't have that right now. Honorable Speaker, in the bill I've seen that the CS is going to be given extra power to give some exemption to maybe to some persons or categories of persons, the way it's been written in the bill. So my question is, where is that detail to show who are these persons or categories of persons? Are we not leaving a loophole for the CS maybe to abuse his power so that maybe he can give his friends, his cronies, just in the pretext that it is in the clause that he can do some exemption? Honorable Speaker, I'm just looking on those people who are almost retiring. Maybe they have 2 or 5 years to retire, and they have done their contribution. And yet when they retire, it means they're not going to be able to contribute. What will happen to their contribution, or are they going to be eligible to be given the houses or not? That is another question. Honorable Speaker, I'm also looking, how are we going to identify the beneficiaries, those people who are going to be given those units? And I'm saying this because one of the members here has just said, maybe we could have thought and maybe put up a cluster or target of persons, maybe those in the slums or those living under abject poverty. That could be another way of ensuring that those given those units are the right beneficiaries, rather than just living like that. And then some cartels will take advantage that they have godfathers, they have godmothers, they know who is who in that docket, and maybe they get the houses, they buy them, and then they resell it at a higher price to Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm also thinking right now, that project has only kicked in few counties, and more so in only urban areas. So we are asking ourselves, what about the rural folk? Are they not Kenyans? Are they not going to be the beneficiaries? Because to me, only those within that counties where the projects have kicked are going to be the beneficiaries of this housing, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speakers, as a Kenyans, I'm just looking, for instance, in the long run, we keep on paying the levy, and someone just feels that, now I've paid so much, and I've not been given that house. Is there a mechanism where we can submit our complaints, we can put our appeals, so that we can get those houses, or we can be given back our monies, which you have paid through the housing levy, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, I'm feeling sick just to see how Kenyans are being evicted in a humane way. For instance, the Voi issue, more than 3,000 Kenyans were left in the cold just because land was needed for the housing project. Also in Changamwe, you saw what happened, because all of you saw in the television what happened in Changamwe, in Kakamega, and other parts in this country. So for me, I'm just asking, in that position that we want to empower Kenyans to have shelter, and yet again, we are destroying those shelters where Kenyans use their monies, they struggle, they take some mortgages, they took some loans to ensure that they had shelters for their families. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to go back in the drawing board and see how are we going to ensure this issue of affordable housing in a way that we are not hurting many Kenyans right now, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say here, many days ago when we used to have municipality which now are the counties, they used to build affordable houses, and yet there was no housing levy. And people used to buy those, and there were so good installment schemes, whereby maybe you pay every month, you pay a little amount, and after a certain period of time, you get that house and you get the ownership of that home, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say here as Kenyans, we need to debate this issue in a sober manner, so that all of us, we are going to be winners. We should have a winning situation. Yes, we need affordable housing for our Kenyans who live in the slums, who don't have shelters. And you know, it is not right for a developing country like Kenya that we still don't have such a project. But here today, we cannot do it in a way that we are putting Kenyans in a tightrope. Today, so many Kenyans have taken mortgage. Many Kenyans' house is not a priority. They want to take their children to university, to colleges. Maybe they want to open up a business empire so that they can have income generating activity, to have some fund. Because today, when we keep on putting taxation and taxes to Kenyans, it's not that we are empowering our country in terms of economic, because today, how many companies have closed today in this country just because of the issue of taxation? How many companies have sacked so many Kenyans because of the issue of taxation? So anytime we come with a noble idea, let us see what will be the legal framework, what will be the framework which is going to be employed, so that it is a win situation to the government and to Kenyans. And again, the issue of land. We all know the categories of land. We have the national land, and we have also land which are vested under the county government. In terms of the issue of land, tomorrow somebody is going to say, this was a community land, this is a public land. How has it changed to be a private land after somebody has been given a unity of a home? So there are so many other issues in terms of the legal perspective, which we need to address them before we agree that we want to ensure that Kenyans have shelters in this country. Honorable Speaker, I'm also looking at the 2% money for administration. And to me, as a lay person, that is big money, because we are talking about big billions of money in the housing levy funds. And now you are taking 2% for administration. And you know, administration is only some few operations. So to me, I'm just like, where will be the surplus money going to be channeled? Where are we going to take that surplus money? Because if we just leave it, there'll be some cartels. And tomorrow, it will be a scandal after scandal because of that money. So before we agree in taking up this project, or maybe passing this bill, let us have a bipartisan approach so that we can discuss, we can talk, and we can know the right way to take this matter, so that Kenyans are not annoyed with us. Because today, you go to so many employees, those in the formal sectors, and look on their salary, it is zero. They don't have anything, because everything has been deducted. There are so many deductions that most of Kenyans are getting depression now. Mental illness is rampant in this country. And you're asking why? It is because people are not believing what they're seeing. You are working a lot, but more than 60% goes to the government. And then you're asking yourself, where am I taking to my family? What do I have as a result or as a balance from my salary, which I'm taking to my family? So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say, when we have good ideas, let us first talk, discuss it thoroughly, and get ways of ensuring that anytime we want to do something which is good and which is going to take this country to another level, without having so many rejection and negativity, let us talk and let us get the better way of ensuring that we have our noble ideas being employed. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Gembe South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Banjala, what's out of order?
Mr. Speaker. Yes, there is no quorum. There is no quorum.
I'll order that the quorum bell be run for...
Mbona hawanipi niongee? Utakaa hapa mpaka saa ngapi? Wewe acha yako hiyo. There is no quorum.
What do you do? I order that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes.
Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2022. 5, the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2022. 6, the Petitions to Parliament Procedure Amendment Bill 2022. And 7, the Regional Development Authorities Bill of 2023. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the attendance of Cabinet Secretaries to answer to questions from members, I wish to inform the House that arrangements are ongoing. And for clarity, Honorable Speaker, it is expected that for this session, we will begin having Cabinet Secretaries appearing on Wednesday, February 28th, 2024. Members are encouraged to be present to ask their questions as well as any supplementary questions that they may require to ask. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I wish to note that the House Business Committee will reconvene again on Tuesday, 20th February 2024 to schedule business for the rest of the week. And I wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable members, before we call the next order, allow me to acknowledge the following in our galleries. In the Speaker's gallery, we have Matikei Girls High School from Keio South, Elgeyo Marakwet. In the public gallery, we have Kenyatta University Students Association from Homa Bay County. We have Ingi West Kitui and Giaki Girls Secondary School from Imenti North, Meru. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Yes, Honorable John Badi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the statement that the Leader of Majority has just given, I was wondering because I made some legislative proposal, Mr. Speaker, way back last year around May. Actually, I'm aware June is when I was called before the committee to submit, or rather to defend my proposal. It was on a very important amendment to our PFM Act, anchoring Article 223 of the Constitution law. And up to now, Mr. Speaker, my worry is that the committees of Parliament, which are supposed to facilitate and help facilitate our work, seem not to be working expeditiously. So I don't know who to place my frustrations to. And since this proposal I made to the Speaker, that is the point of call.
You don't look frustrated?
Pardon?
You don't look frustrated?
No, Mr. Speaker, this is the way I am. You know, I have been here for a while. You know, if you take 16 years in one place,
you take it in stride.
Yeah, you take things in stride, Mr. Speaker, and that is why you think I'm happy. But eternally, I'm suffering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, I have received several members in my chamber also raising similar complaints. Maybe your office should have a structure where committees give you routine reports, maybe fortnightly or monthly, on the amount of work referred to them and the progress so far, so that way you'll also be abreast with whatever is going on, and on an issue like this you can be able to respond instantaneously. But I've received at least 4 or 5 members with similar concerns. Yes, Majority?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was checking whether the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee is in the House, because in most instances, and I know, for instance, the case for the PFM amendment, because it will have some implication on being a money bill proposal, they will usually lie in the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And the Honorable John Buddy, having been my member when I was the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, will remember that at least every 2 months or so, we would appraise the House on the status of any legislative proposals, and I will pick that up with the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, to be giving us an update, actually not even to my office, an update to the House on members' legislative proposals, where they are, those that have money bill effect and those that have gone through the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And of course, even others that may not have a money bill effect, but have got to go through the departmental committees. We will liaise through the liaison committee, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that we occasionally update the House, so that members' members don't go through the rigors of making proposals and they never get to see the light of day to get an opportunity to be debated. Especially that one on Article 223, Honorable Speaker, I think we will need to follow up, because it's a very critical issue in the management of our finances in this country, and the abuse that has been there previously of the use of Article 223. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, second reading.
Majority Leader. Who has a point of order? Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were here for debate the whole day, and we took time to debate the motion that you approved on the femicide. And in the middle of the motion is when the report for this bill was presented.
So I think let's be fair to all of us. So, so this I order the bell. I order the bell to stop. I order the bell to stop so we can proceed. The Honorable Member for Igembe South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, I think once this project keep being postponed, Mr. Speaker, we will not develop this country. Bearing in mind that, Speaker, this is the third world country and a developing one, Mr. Speaker. So we should support this bill so that most of the Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, who are in need of jobs can be able to get jobs in the construction site, Mr. Speaker. Artisans and even mansion, Mr. Speaker, they will be privileged to get jobs within these constructions which are taking place across the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commend the committee for the public participation which they conducted across the country, one of its own, Mr. Speaker, because there was a claim that there was no enough public participation which was conducted, but this is one of the public participation which informs this bill or the support of this bill, Mr. Speaker. Because most of the Kenyans who participated in this public participation, they proposed, Mr. Speaker, that there is need of us passing this bill and the construction of these houses, Mr. Speaker, to continue. Because, Mr. Speaker, for example, here in Nairobi, we have very many slums. And these slums, Mr. Speaker, there is a need for them to be improved. And when you listen to the people from those areas or from the slums, Mr. Speaker, they are all in agreement that this affordable housing project which are taking place in this country, Mr. Speaker, they are in agreement that the project to continue. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not see any need of opposing this bill, since the Kenyans themselves, Mr. Speaker, they are in agreement of this bill being implemented. I think the only worry of the Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, is whether the levy which is being charged from them, if it will be utilized well. And I think that is one of the reasons why this bill is here to ratify some of the law which was left hanging, Mr. Speaker, where the Kenyans were worried about the money which they are contributing. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I urge also other members, Mr. Speaker, to support it. And maybe if there is anything to enrich this bill from our colleagues, also they can contribute so that at least we can enrich this bill and pass it so that Kenyans can benefit from this construction of houses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Marakwet West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, for the reason that we are actualizing Article 43 of the Constitution on access to housing. Honorable Speaker, but the question we need to ask ourselves, how did we find ourselves that the court injuncted the affordable housing program for the reason that there was no proper legislation before the House? Honorable Speaker, when this matter was brought before the House, I raised a fundamental issue that there was no legal framework governing this particular affordable housing program. And Honorable Speaker, one of the fundamental issues that we must ask ourselves as members of this House is that party loyalty sometimes must not compromise oversight of members of parliament. So that, Honorable Speaker, any bill that comes or any program that comes to the House, we must rise up as members of parliament, as members of this House, and ask ourselves whether that particular program is anchored in a proper legislation. Honorable Speaker, we need not make a mistake in the future, because it is an embarrassment of monumental proportions if government programs are injuncted by the courts for lack of a proper legal and institutional framework. Honorable Speaker, there is someone failing government. There is someone failing government. How come we have a law, we have a program in this House that does not have a proper legal framework? Honorable Speaker, I raised here, so that we avoid this issue in the future. We have an Attorney General in this country who is the chief principal legal advisor of the government. The other day, he was saying he was not aware, he was never consulted. Honorable Speaker, that is shameful. It should never happen. Any law, any government program that comes before this House must be properly anchored in law. And we will stand up and we will tell the government the truth that there is a problem here. Like this, the issue of the housing program, we will not blame the president. The president had very good intentions, but a few people misadvised the House and brought a program that had no proper legal anchorage. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Likuyani.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know you've asked me to summarize my 10-minute submission to 3 minutes. I will try. One is that I rise to oppose this bill for a number of reasons. One is that the bill tries to address issues of affordable housing which cannot be gainsaid. But then, when you look at it, is it addressing the root cause of affordability and availability of housing? The answer is no. Basically, this bill, what it tries to do is to justify and give a legal backing to housing levy, and has totally nothing to do with issues of affordable and availability of housing. I thought, or I'd rather, that it would look at issues of land tenure system,
it would look at issues of physical planning, regulations, and the likes. Because if it doesn't look at all that, then we are not addressing the real issue of issues of affordable housing, which again, when you look at clause 11, basically we are saying that these funds, the bigger problem is financing and nothing else. So the whole question is that the problem of housing will be solved by public financing through overtaxation of Kenyans, which I don't agree. I would wish that we would look as a government to look at other alternative methodologies of addressing issues of housing. Can we enable people to self-build their houses by providing the necessary infrastructure, providing sewer system, providing electricity, and making proper policies that will enable people to even build their own houses? Another element, should we overtax Kenyans to have these houses? Why can't we work in public-private partnership to enable the private partners to build up houses that then the government can help in subsidizing issues of land and other components to allow Kenyans to own such houses? Another element that needs to be addressed and is not clear is on the issues of land. This can be looked at as a scheme to grab high premium public land, because all this land is being transferred to private developers, will be owned privately. We do not have proper land banks as a country. When we want to do development for public good in future, where will we get this land? Where are the counties getting compensation for this land? So that issue must be adequately addressed before we pass, or rather, before we bring this bill to the table. Another component is on public participation. Who participated in that? The most paid person in all this exercise is the employee, and to some extent the private employers. What did they submit? Because these are the people who are paying this levy. If you go to the streets and take chokoras and other people in a hall and ask them if they want affordable housing, they'll say yes, because it doesn't pay them anywhere. They don't pay anything. It is the employee of this country who is struggling with overtaxation that we are going to levy them some more. Another component as we move is that the bill is trying to address issues of the court ruling on discrimination.
Honorable Baya, what is out of order?
Stand on a point of order on language, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Mugabe has been elected by members, but today the same members, because he's opposing this bill, he's calling them chokoras. No. I am perturbed that he can actually stand in this house and call his electors, the people who he brought to this house, who brought him to this house, chokoras.
No.
I mean, I think you got it out of context. Not use words like that.
Order.
Honorable Mugabe.
Honorable Baya, take your seat.
I think you've got it out of context.
Order. Did you use the word chokoras?
I withdraw the term chokora.
Proceed. Thank you.
But what I'm saying is
proceed.
If we take people who are not affected by this levy, how will their contribution be of value to this bill if we are not addressing people who are paid by paying for this levy? And when you look at it, they are trying to the bill just trying to address the issue of the ruling of the court that it is discriminatory. And when I look at clause 4. Clause 4, they are trying clause 4(2)(b). It tries to address that issue, but there is no clear criteria on how they are going to levy the people who are not salaried, who are not employed. There is no clear criteria. And if they were, again, when you look at clause 6(b), it gives the cabinet secretary for treasury powers to exempt from applications of section 4. But it does not give a proper list or a proper criteria on how they will be exempted. what is likely to happen is that because it is imminent that they cannot tax, especially the informal sector properly, the cabinet secretary can decide that I'm exempting that category and we'll go back to where we are right now. And these are some of the issues that we want to be addressed. Issues of eligibility. When you look at clause 30, it actually opens gates of corruption, because it basically means anybody can apply for that, to be eligible for housing. And that would mean the people who have will get the houses, the have-nots will not get the houses. There is no clear criteria that will enable now the people who really need those houses to afford, or rather to purchase those houses. I submit.
Then Bombadi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we actually agreed that I would take exactly 5 minutes. I want to live to that.
You actually have less now.
Now it means I will just take all the time left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, quickly, I want to say here on record that I actually participated and was part of the team that was working on the AZIMIO manifesto. And I've heard many of us talk about what we had provided in our manifesto. And this is the problem of stealing other people's ideas and implementing it wrongly. This is not what we intended or envisaged in our plan to provide affordable housing for this country. Actually, Kenya Kwanza is lacking in creativity, and I want to put it on record, Mr. Speaker, the following. Number one, if you look at this Article 43, the idea behind this article was not for the government of Kenya to provide houses to Kenyans. That was not the objective. Because if that was the objective, you start today by taxing Kenyans or levying fees on Kenyans to provide houses, yet this article talks about other things. One of them is that Kenyans should be free from hunger and to have adequate food for acceptable quality. The other one is to clean and safe water. Are you telling us that tomorrow, after this levy, we should expect another levy to provide food to Kenyans and to get another levy to provide water, safe and clean, to Kenyans, and to provide security, social security? That is not the way to do it. Mr. Speaker, this House must rise to the occasion and stop the government of Kenya from extorting employed Kenyans, because this is extortion. We are having a government that is turning itself to extortionists. You cannot force Kenyans to pay money to provide houses when they have not asked you that they need those houses. Mr. Speaker, you are telling us that these houses that will be provided even in the rural constituencies, that you are going to come to Ukwala, Mr. Speaker, in your constituency, and move Ugenya people to reside in Ukwala. Who told this government that the people of Ugenya want to go and stay in Ukwala? Who told them that my people in Suba South, which have represented for 15 years, want to go and reside in Sindo, Magunga, or Nyandiwa? That is not what they want. Most of my constituents can live. They have houses. There are just a few who don't have houses, some widows, some people who are totally very poor. Where has this government conducted a survey to provide the number of Kenyans, those households which are lacking houses? Where is that data? What Kenyans need is housing, not homes, not houses. Who told you that when we come to Nairobi, we want houses in Nairobi? I just want where I stay. Housing is what Kenyans need. You go to Brazil, understand the way Brasilia was developed. Mr. Speaker, what the government needs to do is very simple. The cost of construction the cost of a home or a house, 40% of it is land. If you add to social amenities, it goes beyond 50%. What a responsible government would do is to have money, a rearrange budget of the government to provide money through our taxes, which we have already paid anyway. Remove corruption in government. Make money available. Get land, and once you have the land, make sure there are roads leading to that land.
there is railway leading to that land, there is electricity and water. And then arrange with private developers and agree on a system where the private developers would come, develop houses, and you agree and sign a contract that for a period of so number of years, they will be charging this amount of rent. Mr. Speaker, I want to put it on record as someone who is a professional in finance. I want to tell you this. Investment in housing, investment in real estate is not a productive way of investment. The payback period for investing in a house is usually not less than 35 years. That is without factoring time value of money. So therefore, you need not to, you know, you are shouting and I'm, you know, you don't have any knowledge of economics, Honorable Vaya. So can you keep quiet and I finish my contribution? I have only 1 minute. Stop shouting and I'm your teacher. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that the cost of investing, the payback period for real estate is 35 years and above. If you are forcing someone who is over 50 years to have a home, this person is not, you know, this kind of interruption.
Honorable Vaya, allow the Honorable.
This is not how I trained you. You are now Deputy Majority Leader, Mheshimiwa Owen Baya. Deputizing Kimani Ichung'wah, please keep quiet when members are making their contribution. Take notes so that when the time comes, you respond. So, Mr. Speaker, because now there is no time, so I will have to continue next time. I don't want to finish my time now. I don't want to stop because my time, I still have 5 minutes now. Mr. Speaker, I want to say very clearly and categorically that look at this bill critically. You are simply taxing Kenyans. It is taxation. We have fines, we have fees, we have taxes, and we have levies. What the government of Kenya is doing is fining Kenyans who are employed at the rate of 1.5%. Why are you levying a fine on employees of this country? What have they done to the government of Kenya Kwanza that they should be fined 1.5% of their gross salary to provide houses which they don't need? If you want these Kenyans to be philanthropic, there is a way to enforce philanthropy. You cannot force philanthropy on people. You have to persuade people, take them to church, preach to them so that we get converted and we understand that now we have a social responsibility to take care of other Kenyans because the government of Kenya, which is taxing us, is eating the money that they are supposed to use to provide these services to the Kenyans. Now they want other Kenyans, the ordinary Kenyans, to contribute money to some fund and help other Kenyans get money. This is simply philanthropy is what you want. Mr. Speaker, I will continue.
Thank you so much, members. I think you've had a very robust debate on this matter this afternoon. Time now being 7:01 p.m. Honorable Mbadi will have a balance of 4 minutes when this business is next time slotted for debate.
And it's only a night that has passed. And I'm sure night people have other businesses that they conduct at night. Especially on a Valentine Day, Mr. Speaker. Especially on a Valentine Day. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, people are not conversant with the report of the committee and how it has gone. So, Mr. Speaker, I was seeking your indulgence if more time can be given, even over the weekend, so that people can read, so that we see how housing affects everyone and how we are, you know, Mr. Speaker, Parliament has conducted a thorough public participation this time. They have gone to every part of the country and they have listened to the people's views, and those views are contained in this report. So we need time to look at them and analyze them and internalize it. Then from there we say, this is, In the meantime, we could debate issues like NATCO now, for example. Then we come to housing after that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, the Honorable Junet is my good friend and I know his wife. So when he talks about Valentine's, Honorable Speaker, I know Junet's wife allowed him adequate time to go through the report, even as he did the other things that pertains to Valentine's. And it's true, Honorable Speaker, that report was tabled yesterday, afternoon. That is exactly almost 24 hours since it was tabled. And members, I'm certain, have had the opportunity to peruse through the report. And more importantly, Honorable Speaker, what I am moving for debate is the bill, not the report. The report only serves to inform what the work that the committee has done. And I agree with the Honorable Junet that the joint committee that you designated to handle this bill, Honorable Speaker, has done very good work and done extensive public participation in line with our constitution. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, ask that you allow me to continue, go ahead and move debate for the second reading of the bill.
Proceed.
As members. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I therefore beg to move.
On the same point? On a different issue? Yes.
Just for good order.
Yes, Honorable Wandai.
Yes, I think maybe this is the best time to raise this issue with you so that we move on the same wavelength. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the bill that is currently before us, you will notice clearly at page 2133 that the bill has been characterized as a bill not concerning counties. Okay? And I want you to allow me, just to indulge me for one second, to read that particular paragraph. That the bill relates to the broader policy framework on housing, with particular emphasis on so on and so forth, and therefore it does not concern counties within the meaning of Article 110 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I need your guidance here, really, because I feel that I am lost. Because if the promoter of the bill contends that the bill does not concern counties, that it simply delves into matters housing policy. No, I am raising a fundamental issue that needs to be addressed before the debate can even commence. It's very critical here. And if you go to Schedule 4, Honorable Speaker, Schedule 4, the fourth schedule of the Constitution, indeed, housing policy is a function of the national government at Sub-Article 20. But again, if you go there then to the functions of the county governments, you will find at paragraph 8, one of the functions of the county governments is county planning and development, including, among many other things, at Part D, housing. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that requires your guidance, because if you say, therefore, that this bill is only dealing with housing policy, and you go to the memorandum of objects and reasons, Mr. Speaker, a casual glance at the memorandum and objects of this bill clearly tells you, even if you are a layman, that this bill goes beyond policy. It goes beyond policy. It delves into serious matters of housing that affects the counties directly. In fact, it even has consequential amendments to the Employment Act. It has got serious issues. It even establishes a board that will manage the fund. It goes on and on to determine how these funds will be raised, and even the eligibility criteria for these houses. So in a nutshell, Honorable Speaker, I want to really take more time than this. If you go to the Article 110 of the Constitution, very finally, Article 110 of the Constitution, and thank you for indulging me, Honorable Speaker. It wasn't my wish to interrupt my good friend, Honorable ICHUNGWA. In this Constitution, I'm reading it verbatim, Honorable members. In this Constitution, a bill concerning a county government means, among other things, a bill containing provisions affecting the functions and powers of the county governments set out in the fourth schedule, and so on and so forth. But then it goes ahead to say at Article 111(3) that before either House considers a bill, the Speakers of the National Assembly and Senate shall jointly resolve any question as to whether it is a bill concerning counties, and if it is, whether it is a special or an ordinary bill. What am I saying? That the House needs to be guided by your chair, Honorable Speaker. Whether that consultation between yourselves and Article 1113 has taken place, and you've resolved that this bill is a bill that doesn't concern counties and therefore doesn't have to go to the Senate. That has to be clarified. Because from where I stand, I hold a strong view, a very strong view, that in the manner this bill has been structured, this bill clearly affects counties, and therefore it is improperly characterized. That is my point. It is improperly characterized, and that improper characterization must be corrected before we can proceed to the stage of moving it. Thank you. I submit.
Majority, you have some. Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I agree with the leader of minority to a large extent that there is no doubt that this bill concerns counties. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, first, the courts, Honorable Speaker, have already held that before first reading, there is no need for concurrence on whether the bill is one that concerns counties or not. Two, Honorable Speaker, it is up to you as speakers, between yourself and the Speaker of the Senate, to agree on whether a bill concerns counties or whether it will go to the Senate, or that is coming to the Senate will need to come here. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I believe between the two offices of the speakers, you must have consulted and you will be able to guide us. However, Honorable Speaker, the import of what was in the memorandum, Honorable Speaker, was largely informed by what is in the text of the objects, as Honorable P was reading on page 2133, on the broader policy framework and the money bill aspect of the bill. But Honorable Speaker, even as a committee, and that's why we had a joint committee, the Committee of Housing and Finance, engaged with stakeholders, it became clear that there are certain aspects of the bill that will require this bill to go to the Senate, and I am certain the leader of the majority in the Senate is already waiting for us to do justice to this proposal, and it will go to them eventually, as at when, Honorable Speaker, yourself and the Speaker of the Senate do agree. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I would want to beg that we still go ahead and do what we ought to be doing now, debating, because some of the issues I've had the Honorable P.O. speak to are issues actually that he should be speaking to during debate. And therefore, we are just preempting debate before we move. And you allow me to move, and we will have all the time today, tomorrow, if we want to sit tomorrow, on Tuesday afternoon, on Wednesday afternoon, and morning, if we desire to, Honorable Speaker, to be able to debate all these issues. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to beg your indulgence that you do allow me to move the bill, call a seconder, and then we open debate, and we can debate onto all those issues that we want to debate on, including whether this bill will enable us to build houses in all the counties that we went for public participation to.
Order. I'm not opening debate on this. I want to give you the following guidance. The minority leader and the majority leader, you're both right. This is a bill that concerns counties. Number two, Article 110(3) was complied with. The speakers of both houses exchanged communication, and we were in concurrence that this is a bill that concerns counties. So from here, the bill will go to the Senate. Number three, the misdescription in the memorandum and objects of the bill is something curable. in any event, at the end of the passage of this bill, the memorandum and objects and reasons of the bill are mere descriptions. They will not become part of the act that you'll eventually pass. The content is in the clauses in the bill.
Yes.
So at the time you go to committee stage, you can very well, for purpose of aligning the bill in the line of the arguments of the minority leader, amend the memorandum and objects and remove any offending words for purposes of record. And for purposes of record only, and nothing else. This bill concerns counties. From here, it will go to the Senate. Proceed, Majority Leader.
Very good. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that guidance. And indeed, the memorandum is just that, a memorandum is a storyline that tells you what the bill is about. But Honorable Speaker,
that matter is rested.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
For purposes of tidiness, to tidy up, because, you know, these bills, Mr. Speaker, after we finish with them here, there are other people who deal with them and take them to elsewhere. So we can debate on this bill based on your ruling that the memorandum, the definitions in the memorandum and objects have been expunged or something like that. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, somebody will use the bill that as of when it was being moved at the second stage, it says that this bill does not concern counties. It's as period as that. So if the Speaker has made a ruling that I have used standing order number 1 and I've expunged that definition, then, Mr. Speaker, we are safe. But otherwise, we are debating a defective bill as because, Mr. Speaker, the memorandum and objects inform the article.
Order, Junet. You are overstretching your imagination. What the chair has directed automatically becomes an addendum to what you'll eventually decide. So the matter rests there. Let's have the majority leader move the bill.
thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I therefore beg to move that the Affordable Housing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 75 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, maybe for the comfort of Honorable Junet, I will repeat once again that this bill, as moved, concerns counties, and if approved by the House, will find its way to the Senate. Honorable Speaker, allow me to begin by first thanking the chair of the Housing Committee, the Honorable Ngeno, who is here, the Honorable Kimani Kuria, our chair of the Finance Committee, who, together with their members, their 30 members, Honorable Speaker, spent a considerable amount of their recess time going around 19 out of our 47 counties in a very extensive public participation that they conducted throughout the country, listening and consulting a wide cross-section of stakeholders and technical experts by way of public hearings, as I mentioned, in 19 counties, Honorable Speaker, including the county of Nairobi and in Parliament. Honorable Speaker, this committee has done a commendable work, and they have indeed, as I mentioned when responding to the point of order, done a lot of justice to this bill. Honorable Speaker, bills as proposed are mere legislative proposals and therefore require the input of our committees. And that's why I take a lot of time to thank the committee, because they have done a lot of invaluable work. They consulted very many experts, from experts in the housing sector to finance experts, and even ordinary Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, who are potential beneficiaries of the housing, this housing agenda and the housing bill, and including, Honorable Speaker, potential contributors to the fund. And we saw Kenyans coming out to agree with the court that indeed the levy, the housing levy, as it were in the Finance Act, had discriminated against some who want to contribute. And I was impressed when I saw on TV Kenyans coming out to say that they want to contribute to this fund because they understand its input in our national development and in the job creation endeavor of our country. Appreciating, Honorable Speaker, that there are millions of young Kenyans across the country who have no jobs. Kenyans from many walks of life,
including people who are in self-employment. Honorable Speaker, I saw some market traders. I don't remember whether they were from Karioko, the chair finance or chair housing would have reminded me, who appeared before the committee and asserted that they would want to actually find a mechanism to be able to contribute to the fund, not only to be able to access housing as a constitutional right under Article 43 of our Constitution, but also to offer other young Kenyans and other unemployed Kenyans an opportunity to access job opportunities. Honorable Speaker, we saw many professionals, architects, engineers, lawyers, accountants who appeared before the committee, the two committees, contending that the job creation agenda that comes with this housing agenda is not just what has been said in political rallies and in funerals, that it's about what we call watu ya mkono in construction sites and fundis. That, Honorable Speaker, architects, quantity surveyors, engineers from civil, electrical to water engineers are accessing huge opportunities in jobs that are being created by this agenda. And many Kenyans express the desire and the need to have a legal framework, Honorable Speaker, that would actualize this housing agenda. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if you go to the objects of the bill under Article 3, 1, it is envisaged, Honorable Speaker, that this bill, once it becomes an act, will have 3 key objectives. 1 is to give effect to Article 43 of our Constitution, 43(1)(b), on the right to accessible and adequate housing. And, Honorable Speaker, for members like Honorable Junet who took time last night to go through the committee's report, they will see the committee has indeed also proposed an amendment to include the words to reasonable standards of sanitation, so that we don't just have provide affordable housing, but housing that has, in the words of our Constitution, reasonable standards of sanitation. 2, Honorable Speaker, the second objective is to impose a levy to facilitate the provision of affordable housing. And 3 is to provide a legal framework for the implementation of the housing programs and projects. Honorable Speaker, this is one of the areas that the courts found wanting in what was passed during the Finance Act. The courts did advise at least 2 important things. That 1, they lacked a legal framework, and that is what now this new proposed legislation intends to do, to create that legal framework for the implementation of the affordable housing programs and projects. That now under this act, Honorable Speaker, will have that legal framework that the courts found as not having had one. Although, Honorable Speaker, I had a problem with that particular finding of the court, as much as, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to get into issues that could be sub judice. Because, Honorable Speaker, when we talk about a legal framework on implementation of a government program, Honorable Speaker, the Appropriations Act that we passed, Honorable Speaker, created that legal framework on how you appropriate funds to implement government projects, including the housing agenda. And, Honorable Speaker, as I said, I don't want to get into legalese that would be on the verge of getting into sub judice issues. We leave it to the lawyers in the Court of Appeal. Honorable Speaker, the second issue that was raised by the courts was the issue of the levy that we are creating under the second object, the imposition of a levy to facilitate the provision of affordable housing. The courts did find that the levy that was imposed under the Finance Bill or the Finance Act of 2023 was, in their words, discriminatory and unconstitutional, in the sense that it only levied this levy against or on people who are salaried. And, Honorable Speaker, in this new law, we have now made it possible for even people who are not salaried to be able to contribute. And, Honorable Speaker, as I said, I was impressed to see very patriotic Kenyans coming out before the committee saying that they actually not only want to be beneficiaries of the houses that will be built, but they want to be contributors to the fund. They want to pay their fair share, just like those people who are employed or who are salaried. And, Honorable Speaker, we must continue to encourage these very patriotic Kenyans who have come out to say that they want to contribute to this fund. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, if you look at, for those who cared to go through the committee's report, they will see also that Under clause 4, where that's providing for the imposition of the affordable housing levy at the rate of 1.5% of the gross salary of an employee or gross income of a person, and that person is a legal person, so therefore could be an individual or a business entity or a company. Honorable Speaker, there existed a lacuna in this clause 4 of the bill where companies or employers who have already deducted and remitted a matching amount of the levy for its employees were again subjected to pay the levy again on their own gross income. Honorable Speaker, the committee has made certain recommendations that will cure this lacuna, that if you are collecting as an employer, then you again will not be levied the same on your gross income. The committee also, Honorable Speaker, has provided safeguards in the amendments on that question that the courts did ask on whether the levy was discriminatory, if it is only levied on people who are salaried. The amendment that the committee is proposing, Honorable Speaker, has cured this matter in clause 4 again by providing that apart from the salaried persons, in clause 4A, the gross income of a person in the informal sector under clause 4B is also subjected to this levy. However, Honorable Speaker, the bill was silent also on the mode of collection of this by whoever will be the collector of this levy, and in this case, KRA, Honorable Speaker. And the committee again has sought to cure this, and in the amendments that will be coming during the third reading, the committee will be introducing an amendment that will allow the use of the provision of the Tax Procedures Act of 2015 to apply also for this levy, such that the same way, Honorable Speaker, for income tax, that for us who are employed and salaried, Honorable Speaker, we pay as we want. And this is deducted by our employers and remitted by the 9th of every month to KRA. But for people who are self-employed or people who are in the informal sector, Honorable Speaker, on a monthly basis, on a quarterly basis, they do their installment taxes, and they have the options whether you want to pay installment tax, whether you want to pay advance tax, whether you want to pay your tax at the end of the year. Honorable Speaker, now it will be an obligation that every Kenyan who is earning an income contributes to this fund, and through the Tax Procedures Act of 2015, they will be required then to make their tax returns to KRA and show how they will pay their housing levy, Honorable Speaker. This, in a way, Honorable Speaker, let me, for good manners, take this opportunity to thank the courts, because they have actually made it possible now for government to collect more money. Government initially was to collect only from the salaried people, but we shall now be able to collect more money. In a fund that was envisaged to collect probably 63 billion shillings, we should now be able to collect more money and therefore be able to roll out more projects across the country in all our 47 counties and in all our 290 constituencies. And Honorable Speaker, I will want to take this opportunity to encourage those members of parliament who have not complied with the memoranda or the letter that was sent by the principal secretary in charge of housing to propose sites for construction of this affordable housing in your constituencies. Honorable Speaker, I am a beneficiary of this project in Kikuyu, and I can tell you, in a project where we are doing about 755 or 757 houses between us and our neighbors, Kabete constituency, we are projecting to employ close to 2,000 people